Welcome. Good hello. So, welcome. Cascade, 4th arc. Last of the summer elves. We know this. We know this. It's part 26. If we don't know it by now, why the fuck are we here? We've been demonetized already. It's the 30th of August, 2025. I'm Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Sean, and I'm playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'm going to be playing Lockheart and Dourf, using Empathic speaker in exactly the sort of person you want to interpret in the role.
And hello, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Excellent. And Nori's off getting drunk somewhere. So, what is remember from last time?
We rolled so badly. We fought some T-Rex.
We beat some T-Rex, kind of.
Yeah, we hit
It ran away.
Yeah, we hit the runaway button.
We triggered its escape button.
We did.
Nori followed it and determined that we don't want to follow it. There were quite a lot of other healthy T-Rexes there.
Like about 10 or something?
Well, he saw 10.
Yeah,
but they were maybe part of
might have been
pairs.
more than that.
So we'll be not following that particular trail anymore. We followed a different trail. We made it to Nemaj Neb's den, big crater.
However, before that, we managed to supercharge Gamble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear.
We tried to be helpful. We maybe didn't articulate enough to his daughter that we needed to harm enough, not throw everything at the kitchen wall. And so we maybe, souped him up a bit.
Yeah.
He was like
just kind of
echoey.
Falkwin has, of course, blanked this experience out. Because the other magic ally that Falkwin has now sort of been coerced into keeping is coming around and causing all sorts of havoc. Claiming that Aluben is a parasite.
Yeah, creepy. Aphrodite equation child.
Yeah. So all sorts of strange thoughts there, like who's on my side? What do they both want? You know, the kid is kind of Brannon-El's well, to some extent. What does Brannon-El want from me? It's all very complicated. Falkwin's got a bit of a headache.
One of the keynotes, I think, from that discussion was that the Abradak brain child said that Falkwin wouldn't be able to progress understanding the equation unless there was more room. Less Aluben.
How terrifying at all.
Yeah.
Aluben could just eat them. I'm sure they're capable of that.
Yes, and then the party pushed on. Decided that Gamble and Posey were going to go and try and not attract more of the King's Best Friend lizards with the magical echoey blurriness that was exuding from Gamble as he was trying to burn off some of the magic he was supercharged with. He basically was acting a bit high on magic, so he went off to try and hopefully lure away any would-be trackers as the party progressed. Nori had spotted 2 routes into Nemaj Neb's den, if you will, their lair. The front door, big, massive, like parting ways in the cliffs, or up high on the cliffs to kind of look in from above. Party choice was mostly just, do you want to go in exposed, but probably could run away easier, or do you want to go up high and get a better view and be slightly like more hidden, but your mobility is much more limited. So the party naturally voted for the more clandestine approach. and then they effectively saw a very wounded-looking, massive Godzilla-sized lizard, looking like something had been ripped from its snout, like a horn or something. It looked like it was. It has seen better days. That's pretty much where we ended.
We did also have a Myr'ra Sloth
Mhm.
flashback at the beginning
Mhm.
as well.
Yes.
Just feel free to discuss that as well, yeah.
Yeah, we told Sloth about Bran and Elle. Just gave him a bit of a crisis. But he seemed like happy, still kind of guilt-ridden and sad, but not in a. He felt not in a. Oh God, I have to face the consequences of my actions. More in a. Oh, it's been so long. Things have changed, but also happy that he was alive.
Yeah, there was no regret in his reactions. No regret. It was more just relief and guilt as a combo.
Yeah.
Relief and guilt. So it does add more context to why he might just have got on a boat heading perhaps in that direction as well, which was a nice little bookend to that scenario.
Although what we now haven't done is warn Bran now. We've told Sloth he's already. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Or hear it, feel it. Yeah. One of the many possible things. Any questions, Alexander?
Just when you said it was like Myr'ra Sloth, I was like, is that like Myr'ra Crow? And she now just Sloth?
To be fair, when it was brought up last time, my brain was still very tired, and therefore I was like, I can talk to a sloth. Like I don't know why, but sure, because I thought it was a real sloth, and then I remembered that the devils exist.
I remembered those devils.
That makes so much more sense.
Yeah. There's a bit of a philosophical debate about whether or not they lie. I think that happened last week as well, right?
Yes.
Last session. Are the devils liars, or are they just too good at telling the right truths, right? So, yeah, that was quite a fun debate as well. And also, like, do we even like them? So yeah, we've not met a lot of them as well.
We met less than half.
So no, I think you're.
We at halves.
So Sloth, Pride, Greed, Wrath. You've met 4.
Yeah.
I don't think you've met the other 3, right? Lust, Envy, and the other one. Not Lust and Envy, right? What's that? Gluttony? Yeah, that's it.
Gluttony.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm only ever allowed to remember 6 at a time, and the 6 change. Once I get to the 7th, my brain's like, we couldn't possibly know the 7th. So yes, 3 that you haven't met. Or like have really any ties to in any way, right? From your knowledge.
I have a bit of a tie to Envy, but grandma.
Yep.
Still not met them.
Correct. But in theory, though, if you ever looked to try and meet them, you've probably got an in with the grandmother, right? That way, especially given her position generally. If you want to meet any of them, really, she's probably the person to go to. Yep, given how insanely baller her job is when it comes to that. Lady Featherstone. So, any other questions?
I guess for me, that Nori chased the King's best friends to like a big grouping of them, and we suspected that the ones that were by tent were sort of probably attracted to the magic of the tent or just our magic. Now they do seem to be attracted to magic.
They're attracted to magic in general, we think.
So if there's a big group of them, that suggests that they were perhaps in a place, already being attracted to magic there.
True.
Maybe.
I think I described as well, the place where they are is like almost stalagmite, like huge stalagmite style structures of rock formations is the best way to describe it, I guess. They're not stalagmites, but they're rock structures that look like big spiky teeth, because it probably is a safer place to hide from the Majneb's, snacking. If it's a bit spiky to get in there. But yeah, it looked like a big nesting ground, effectively, and from the short period of time that Nori was willing to observe them, he kind of saw that it looked like there was 10 or so that he could clock that looked like they were different enough. But he's like, there could be more. Like, the place was big enough that it could have housed easily double, maybe more. So yeah, but it did look like it might be a nesting ground. Yeah.
Considering how hard two were to find.
Nori did that while the others then all channeled loads and loads of magic to gamble. All different kinds of magic. Demonic sorcery, celestial power, draconic magic.
Be fine.
Also, after we'd had the discussion of, we think the dinosaurs are attracted to magic.
Let's make a giant magical beacon.
Let's make a really big magic thing. We're so smart.
Yeah, super smart.
It was so telegraphed as well. That's what I love about it. It's what makes a good group is learning information and still making decisions you'd want to make anyway. Like, you don't have to make perfect decisions as players, and that's peak. But yes, so yous are all at the crater on the ridge, looking into this big crater of a very, very wounded, legally distinct from Godzilla, Namajneb. What's the plan, gang?
Well, at some point we should let Madam TTOT know what's going on here, given that it's kind of relevant to the Saurians at the coast.
Yes. Because we think that I'm going to point at the big sort of bit missing. That's probably what they had on the boat.
Indeed. And I'm guessing the bright flash of light then was from their fight, which is terrifying to think of, but...
Would that work time-wise? Because we know how long it took us to get from where the ship was to here.
If you factor in what Gamble mentioned about the movements of the Rakishan, then yeah, it looked like it would tie in quite well. With the night you guys arrived. How serendipitous.
Can I look at Namajneb?
Yeah, it's hard
I
to
don't know
miss.
how I would tell this. How much do I feel like there would be any form of communicate? Because I'm telepathic, so I could try to talk to this thing.
I mean...
Because it seems hurt. That seems sad.
It looks very weak. It looks very hurt. It is lying very in a very sorry for itself kind of way. It doesn't look like it's just going to immediately get up and snap at someone. Also, this thing getting up fast doesn't seem like it's physically possible for its scale. Anyway,
I do realise I'm playing into the. If I was in Jurassic Park, I could definitely make friends with the dinosaurs.
We're going to have the meme of Myr'ra as a crow, but with the hand out.
Be my friend. It's not friend, it's my friend.
Come on.
Yeah.
No.
It'll just know that I...
Just got Kenku Chris Pratt in my head is all I've got now. Yeah, I mean, what's the range on initiating your telepathy?
Ooh, fun question.
Mine's short range.
Okay, let me check.
Because that means you just have to get off the cliff.
It does
Then.
say short range.
Is it short range comparison to what the Imagineb size is?
Is it Imagineb short range? Not short range.
Or I could try and use, again, they can't reply if I use the ring.
Mm.
Is the Imagineb's short range relative to his face or his arms?
So, good question.
Or the tip of his tail, right? Like,
Indeed, yeah.
or his ego. These are the questions we really should answer and debate in the philosophy class you run when you become a master wizard.
Okay. Yeah. That'll be my thesis.
Yep.
Where does short range apply from? On huge creatures.
So I think either way, if you wanted to interact with Namajneb, you would need to go in. So off the cliff, back round and in.
What would you go?
I think it'd be fun to talk to him. just
Absolutely
give it a
agree.
try.
Yeah. I could check status.
Could check.
It's just going to tell me it's
I think it's
injured.
going to say he's not very well.
No, well, it's not having a good day.
He's not having a good.
Well, but as you say, it's been a wee while since he's been in this.
Mm-hmm.
He's not having a good week,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah.
I guess, could we see, does it look like the ground around him has been moved recently?
It's hard to tell because it's like a rocky crater that he's in. It seems like it's potential he has carved this out to live here. So it doesn't look like it would take a pretty big impact to get any of this away, right? So even if someone was chucking fireballs around, it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference to the terrain here. This is a very kind of I think I described it as a caldera the last time, but it feels caldera-esque in nature. Because even the kind of colour scheme here would reflect the actual in-universe caldera of the kind of ashen wastelandy bit, right, with rocky, like harsh rocks and stuff. But that also just might be a feature of something this scale living there.
And there's no fresh King's best friend corpses in there.
No, there's nothing like that there. The only thing that
eggs, that we could.
So obviously it's not the brightest in there, but with the light coming in from the big kind of entranceway, you can see that there's quite a lot of crystal formations around the cave itself, like a massive kind of structure that it's in. They almost kind of grow a bit like moss. But that's the only real notable feature here, other than the giant lizard. So it seems like it pretty much sleeps here, then wakes up and goes and eats, then comes back, rather than bringing something back here to eat.
And there's probably not much that it can't just eat in one go in a way.
Yeah, like, especially from the scale of the T-Rexes that you were fighting, it could easily eat that whole based on the size of its head. Yeah. Yeah.
Big
lizard.
Okay.
But what if we could be its friend?
I mean,
Not his best friend.
Yeah, no. That position's filled.
Is that going to be the session title? Not his best friend.
Not his best friend. So could you go in a bit closer and then fly out if you need to?
I could try and hover and just hope that he just reach up and I could hover near his butt.
I could project my senses closer to him from here.
True. Yeah.
You can't talk through that, can you?
No.
I can project.
I don't want to talk to the dinosaur.
Okay.
I just want to examine its state.
I can basically like astral project. That's what projection does. And we can see that might be because we can still see because it says distance doesn't matter. I'll post it in the chat. So I could project a version of myself and see what happens. Because if it tries to eat that, then we don't go in close. But we'll see if it responds to sort of visuals and noise.
I did not mean to click that.
It's like the idea of just trying to like mentally lift it.
I'm not trying to mentally lift the dinosaur. I closed the text box and I clicked the wrong side.
It's alright. Just it's quite a funny image.
Yeah.
Would it even be possible, like even remotely possible? Like this is based on like multiples of my weight.
So what's your effort
Does it scale
limit?
exponentially?
What's your effort limit?
My effort limit is. Let's say 3. Yes, 3.
Okay, so
up
W,
to 16 times.
W again, double that again. Right? So I doubt that would be big enough. It might be enough for it to take notice of you, like trying to like push against its leg or something with force for it to notice, right? At that scale, because that's still a lot of force you're throwing into something. But whether or not it would, whether or not it would care, is a story for context.
Okay. Shall I try and project?
I've got the cartoon image of Falkwin running around with the king's best friend above his head, like the Batman trying to dispose of a bomb.
I could probably pick one of those up. I think that feels like about 16 times.
Yeah, no, I think like
maybe even not. Maybe
like
not.
at the outset, I
Away?
think you might be able to at the outset, right? I think it would definitely depend on a good roll, but I think that might, and also the thing could try and resist. So, but that might be your upper limit currently.
Willing for us to try and get a bit closer.
Okay. If I assume that Falkwin is about 11 stone, converting that to kilograms and multiplying by 16, Falkwin can lift a maximum of about 1.1 short tons.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. It's
about
not
1,100 kilograms.
Okay. What's the average weight of a T-Rex? African or European?
Oh.
7 tons, was that?
An African.
I couldn't resist.
I'm trying to know what
according to most modern estimates, Tyrannosaurus could have exceeded 8.8 tons in mass.
Yeah, so between 5 and 7, roughly, tons. So, yeah.
So I only said that because I have a random memory of being a kid and seeing, like, you know, those signs in the road, it's like, do not exceed 7 tons on bridge and road, and saying like, T-Rex can't go on them then.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's so
Good way to remember.
Okay. Anyway, back to this moment.
I think you should project.
I'm happy to try.
Do it.
I've wanted to use this since I got it. I think it's hysterical.
What's your help as Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope message?
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm going to send a floating version of myself, like in front of its eyes, sort of like hovering. Because this will also maybe give us an indication of like how quick can it respond to something. And I'll just maybe like have my hands up in the kind of ubiquitous, we come in peace. And I think it basically does what I do. So I think I'm doing this wherever we're hiding. I think I have to do, like, it just projects
mine.
Yeah, so we'll read out the whole thing just for Andy that cares about the ability. So it's called projection. So cost 4 points is an action. You project an image of yourself to any location you have seen or previously visited. Distance does not matter as long as the location is on the same world as you. The projection copies your appearance, movements, and any sounds you make for the next 10 minutes, Anyone present at the location can see and hear you as if you were there. However, you do not perceive through the projection.
Yeah,
And
like I
kick
can't.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have distance viewing?
No, but you do. But also, I think
Yes.
here
You can
I can see it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Could be quite good in the future. I don't know, setting traps.
Mhm.
Oh no! Help! Oh no!
Playing the lute as your face slowly distorts.
Yes. Well, it would definitely help there. Okay, so I think Myr'ra will appear.
So you can talk.
Yes, but I think I have to talk in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm hoping if it can talk, we can probably hear it.
It's a bit like a one-way Discord chat, basically, really, where you're getting nothing back. It's like, is my camera on?
TikTok.
It's like Twitch streaming.
Yeah, exactly. It is like Twitch streaming, without the chat feature. So,
Yeah.
give me an intellect roll.
Woo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lockhart's just watching with the spyglass.
I don't know the difficulty. I am going to use that to roll. Don't have that. It costs 4. Mm-hmm.
And what did we get total? 15?
15.
Cool.
Yeah, and so Myr'ra just appears and is kind of going,
So,
we're here to help. Are you okay?
anyone that's watching, the massive critter, Myr'ra obviously starts the spell. How does it look when you start casting?
I think it almost is that kind of like Stephen Strange-esque, like a sort of version of Myr'ra pulls off, like almost slips off, and then like disappears. And there's maybe some kind of like energy around Myr'ra, so you can tell that, and then it'll reappear where she sends it.
Okay, yeah.
And then it looks much more like concrete, but with that kind of almost same staticky flickering.
Like it.
Which maybe almost looks like feathers.
Yeah, I like that. Is it like a maybe shadowy flickering that comes off of it to kind of match your kind of more like
bit horror movie.
Yeah. Cool. I like it. What everyone sees is the entire crater lights up. All the vines of moss that are crystals all through the crater light up. Myr'ra, you take 5 intellect damage as this snaps back at you. And it's more to do with the scope of the spell being stretched beyond what you were expecting to happen. There may have briefly been a massive island-sized Myr'ra's head above the island at one point during that.
Amazing.
For like a half second, as this crater clearly amplified that magic far beyond.
I'm gonna hope that we're like close enough to Namaj Neb that the king's best friends won't be like, "Ooh, magic."
It's so true. What a good point.
There is a very good chance they wouldn't come near this willingly, this territory. Yeah, you could be fairly safe here.
Work out in our face.
But yeah, so yeah, like you kind of smacked back with that, as if the feedback from that has been quite overwhelming.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you've got closed mind or whatever, and that'll provide mental armor to it. But yeah,
I've got ward, but I don't know. I don't know if that counts against intellect.
Unfortunately not.
I think Myr'ra does that thing, like you've accidentally looked out the sun. And you're like, ow! Oh! Okay, well that gave me a headache. I'm gonna just close my eyes for a bit.
And that literally, it would be quite hard to miss all of the kind of crystal formations glowing vibrantly for a split second and then dimming down as if the energy rippled through them all.
Okay, so magic's funky here.
It's probably some odd sailors out off of the coast of the island being like, was that a giant head we just seen? But like coming into vision like the fucking Teletubbies sun child, but then like screwing up its face in pain and vanishing.
Yeah, Myr'ra's just gonna like just sit like I need a minute. Someone else try something. Or not. We can just leave.
The effect only seemed to happen once you got closer.
And I think it might have been just casting of magic. I don't feel. I'm going to gesture at where my enormous head was at split. I'll be like, that doesn't normally happen.
Oh, I thought that was part. No.
I'm normally just knee sized.
Namaj, this is your god.
The great and terrible.
I was thinking of Oz, yeah.
But is your projection still there?
No.
Yeah.
I
almost like it felt like I get snapped back almost. Like my attempt to cast kind of didn't.
It was more to do with the fact that when Myr'ra's mental energy went into the crater itself, right? So obviously the projection had to go from Myr'ra to the location. The feedback of how overwhelming the magic had been amplified is what knocked her out. So it was the lack of expecting that was probably the biggest shock. But yeah, the projection's gone. Which is to say that anyone magically minded could probably assume, as long as you're careful, you could probably do some things. You just don't want to be too gung-ho.
Speaking of gung-ho.
I wonder whether the negative drawbacks of the amplification here were specifically because the magic was relating to you yourself directly. If, for example, one was to cast Fireball at that crater, I wonder what would happen.
Maybe the Saurian took advantage of that. I say with hands over my eyes.
Do you mean the Rakashans?
Yes, that's who I mean.
Cool.
It's the head.
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
So maybe Big King Cat is not quite as scary as we thought, because maybe he had the benefit of some natural topography helping him out.
Maybe they'll assume that Namaj had also benefit. Otherwise it wouldn't live here. It wasn't getting...
I mean, the King's best friend lizards that we're aware of are all sensitive to magic also. It makes sense to me that the King of the Kings would want to nest in somewhere like this if he shares kind of similar physiology to them at all.
I think Lockhart's just going to try and read his mind. I know it should only work short range, but just since things are a bit weird, it's just going to try and sort of reach out to see if there is any response.
Yeah, I can save you the rolls. You'd need to get closer. Yep.
Okay.
We could message Madame to your team and sort of tell her the lay of the land. She might know kind of what Majneb is capable. I can't remember if we asked that already. I feel like we might have been like, have you talked to him? And she was probably said, no.
Yeah, I feel like you did have that conversation, and I think it was a case of we keep a respectful distance from, I think was the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But again, it maybe feels like this might just be my interpretation of it. But the fact that there's a big giant lizard that lives in the middle of the island sort of has helped keep other people away and therefore their village safe. So they've maybe got a bit of a vested interest in the Martinet not.
Has there been any
expiring
reaction from the Martinet to what Myr'ra just did?
Other than the thing possibly groaning at the fact that something's clearly happened near it. It definitely sounds laboured.
I think Lockhart closes the telescope.
Click, 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 click.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't appear to be overly disturbed. Probably already knows that we are here. Perhaps slightly closer inspection.
Maybe we go back down, message Madam TTOT, and then go in from the bottom. Because then that maybe means trying to message Madam TTOT won't send off all of the crits.
Yeah. That's
Right.
why even getting closer and like trying to message it or whatever, we're still gonna set things off.
Mm.
I'm not opposed to getting closer. I'm interested in harvesting some of this moss.
Now, keep in mind, I described it like moss. It's definitely not moss, it's crystals, right? Big crystal formation.
Oh,
But I said it's grown
Mhm,
like it
mhm.
was moss.
okay, I missed
Yeah.
that. Right.
That's alright.
I'm interested in harvesting some of these crystals. They seem to have interesting properties.
There's like a very affirmative feeling from Alupen, obviously, for that.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, it's been like ages since she was burnt out last time, right? So
Mhm.
Also, did you guys like do any resting in the past?
you're full
Yes.
for now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we,
you would be
we
fine
rested.
now. Rested like a lot.
Yeah. Many days of travel.
Mm. I suppose from your academic point, some crystals would be good, but disturbing them might also be risky.
It's dying. We'll be fine.
I mean, disturbing the crystals might be risky too.
It would be very unfortunate if these crystals attracted King's best friends, but on the other hand, maybe they're used to how they smell. Maybe they would be scared of the crystals. Maybe it would keep them away.
Mhm.
Maybe the crystals explode when you try and harvest them as well. That's possible.
also
Yeah.
Perhaps Myr'ra and I could attempt to.
I think someone was coming into the room.
yeah.
The suspense!
Oh my gosh.
Namash Dep got him!
He was eaten by the crystals.
Told you that.
Perhaps Myr'ra and I could attempt just a little before you start chipping away at the potential foundation of this island.
Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I can wait.
So what's the plan? Are you climbing back off the cliff and going around? Are you climbing down to message Madam TTOT? Like, what's the plan?
It's geographically, it felt like we'd come up here from a vantage point.
Yes.
But it's not like it'll be easy to like climb over and go into the crater this way.
I wouldn't say
So we're
easy,
better
but it's
off going
definitely
down.
it's definitely possible. It just
Okay.
wouldn't
Probably
then
not
be
quiet
it's not
or-
really an easy way to get back out.
Okay.
So you'd have to then go
So maybe we-
around Namajneb to get out.
Okay.
Maybe we go down and go in the other way that Nori found.
Mhm.
That felt like we'd maybe be less.
We're gonna be
We'd be more.
but
Yeah, it's gonna be our bestie.
Yeah. No, not best.
good friend, not
Not
best.
bestie. So true. So true. Not best friend.
A healthy working acquaintance.
Perfectly adequate colleague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you
let's do that.
Yeah.
head down. Obviously,
Okay.
you get to the bottom of the cliff and start working your way around the kind of cliff wall itself to find the way in that Nori had found, which is hard to miss because it's massive, obviously, to let Namaj in and out. Arya's contacting any of the people.
I would quite like to message Madam TTOT
Okay,
to see what her vibe on the situation is.
cool. What are you wanting to
Yeah.
send?
Okay, I will use my light scale ring.
They've been so handy.
So good, so good. D10. Okay. And I will say, hi, Madam TTOT. Have we messed her at all since starting out on any?
I don't think so.
We didn't on anything. Okay.
We have not.
Okay. So I will say, we made it to the Rakishan encampment, and they were leaving on a boat, seemingly with something very large, and we've trekked up to Imaj Neb's mountain, volcano, whatever they would call it.
Layer, whatever.
Imaj Neb is here, but seems very injured and seems to be missing some kind of horn. So we think that's what they took. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Hope you're all okay. Bye.
Okay. You send that off.
And then I roll.
Mm-hmm.
If I can figure out. Oh. What's the thing I type?
So /R.
/R.
Space, then 1d10 for this one, isn't it?
That's not a D. What is it? Hey!
Not
Close.
depleted. Hey!
Still work.
Do you know, like, the Rides the Lightning focus, which I'm going to keep talking about because it's one of the best focuses, I think, from like being flashy. The fact that that first level, the first tier power is charge, where you can make something work once more, is so good. It's so good. And you think, you're like, artifacts would never really run out then.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. But then if you're that person in the group, you'd be like, can you charge my phone for me? And it doesn't reset it, it just gives it one more use, so your item is still burnt out, but obviously if you're giving it to them for 2 seconds to charge, then handing it back, it's like, my phone's out of charge again, can you charge it for me again, please? And you're like, yep. But yeah, so you send that message away to Madame TTOT, and instead of like a mental response, a vision of her appears in front of everybody, where it's like slightly off to the side, and you can hear her like just like accosting someone next to her, be like, I need concentration. So it's very difficult to do.
I think Myr'ra will point at this thing like, this is what was supposed to happen, it was great.
And then she kind of like turns, and you can tell like she's like trying to like work out where to look, and goes, oh, I hate this thing. So, I'm glad to hear you're still alive. Was a bit worried, hadn't heard from yous. Kinda wrote you off. Oh well. Surprises at my age. This is fun. But that's terrible news. Is it safe for me to come? And then the vision like fades.
Look at the group. What do we think? Is it safe for her to come? There's no Rakishan here. So.
She can handle herself. She's a tough gal, right?
She barbecued a bunch of assassins.
Yeah. You could just say like yes, but there is also King's best friends around, and they don't like they like magic too much or something. But she might know that already.
Yeah. Because are we in the friend zone?
Well, yours are inside the kind of like the hole of the donut, I guess, right? So you're not in the friend zone. You're in the donut hole, right? Which is Imaj Neb's territory. So.
Okay. Yeah.
The Neb sphere.
I use the ring again, and I say, I'm as safe as the Imaj Neb ever is, I suppose. And I give her like the location of where we are. I was like, we're by this bit, and if I can see this. Any help would be greatly appreciated. Don't roll. 1. Ooh, hey.
Right, we're fine. So you feel mental pressure in your brain as if someone's trying to make telepathic contact with you.
I let it happen.
You accept the call.
Yeah.
And it's Madame TTOT's like familiarity like kind of presses in your mind, and she goes, it's a bit crude, but I just kind of need somewhere to kind of, aim for, and then it dissipates again, and then there's a rumble of thunder above everybody, and like the sky darkens, with some very swiftly forming dark clouds, and a massive bolt of lightning hits, very close, uncomfortably close. Like very, very loud. Like goes through like a branch of a nearby tree and stuff like that, and then at the bottom of it lands like very old elderly lizard lady. As she kind of just like, I mean, you could have said that she did indeed, and she kind of dusts herself off a bit, and then she kind of looks at everybody and goes, one moment, and then like moves her little satchel-y thing around the front, and she starts like raking in it, and then like starts like putting out some crystals of her own in like a really weird pattern on the floor, then starts like drawing both with like her claw and her tail at the same time as she draws sigils around them, and then she starts chanting some magical words. Our two magical scholars recognize them as transportation magic, and out from the eruption of electrical energy steps several fairly buff-looking Saurian, males.
It's the brothers.
And she kind of just like nods to them all as they go, as if, hurry up, come on. And then like each of those crystals like cracks as the energy dissipates. And then she just kind of like uses her tail to like put dust over them, as if sweeping away the markings and stuff. She goes, well, it's a long walk back. For them, of course, I'm old. And then she says, well, just kind of impressed you're still alive. And you said the Rakishans had left?
Seems they got what they came for.
The Emperor was there.
She kind of like, you can tell immediately there was like an immediate distaste in her mouth when you said that, like that. But she's clearly, tried to dismiss it. Like, I didn't hear a bad word, like. And then she says, "Yes, I'm deeply concerned at what you have told me. Let me see him." And then kind of like gestures as if, well, lead on.
Okay, so we're coming back up then. Oh.
I think these are heading round, right?
Yeah.
Just go round.
Yeah. Walking through the front door to his crater.
Yeah.
Well, he's not moving, is he? So.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine.
So yeah, you work your way around. And obviously, it's like a good like half-hour walk or something to get around to the area itself. And I guess, do you bring her up to speed in that time with what you have like experienced and whatnot? Do you tell her that Gamble and Posey are here? Yeah.
She might know again, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
He's been around.
Yeah, if you mention it, like, she'll say, "Oh, like the tall fellow who doesn't know when to shut up." Right. Kind of like shakes her head. Meddlesome. And then he's getting to the big kind of opening between the cliffs. And she's like, "Have you been in?"
We looked over.
No.
She kind of like nods, like as if deep in thought. Just, it's hard to explain, but this place is quite sacred to the Saurians, so it feels a bit blasphemous to kind of walk in. She kind of like dusts her feet off, like as if feels appropriate. And you can tell, like, this is the first time you've ever seen her seem unsure. Like, she's always carried herself with a complete, like, serenity or confidence in herself, right? Even while under attack, and she was like, "Oh, everyone's busying about nothing." Whereas she's very, like, it's almost as if she's anxiety-ridden. And kind of, like, very reticent about even, like, moving in closer. And then a couple of the Saurian bros try to, like, go in first, and she just immediately like, puts like her hands out. No. Well, let's go in. And she like gestures to Myr'ra, and by proxy the rest, right? As she like clicks her little cane on the ground as she's like shuffling her way into the crater and then like slowly trying to like work her way down the slope into the place, and you can tell like she's taking it. So she's clearly never been here before. She's like taking in everything, and she's working her way down, and like you can see the eye of like Neb like clearly has clocked all of you, like getting closer, and you can hear the rumble of the kind of groan from this thing. Again, very laboured as well, like but the ground like it moves ever so slightly with like a kind of reverb to it based on this thing's scale. And as she like walks around to get like a vantage point on like the top of its snout, and it sees like the big kind of like gaping hole part that's clearly had something torn off, she actually just falls to her knees, like yeah, as if like distraught. You can see like a tear in her eye and stuff like that as well, and then you can just hear her kind of muttering to herself like, "I'm so sorry." Like the brothers all immediately run, obviously, to try and like get down the, because she's fell over and whatnot.
Just like next to her, like, what is this place? And
she kind of like wipes away like the tear that's like made its way
trying
down
to
her
distract her a little bit.
Yeah, and she's like, "He's going to die." And then she kind of like gestures out towards him as if like trying to like put her hand out. Like she's obviously still far too far away to even like make physical contact with him, but it is almost that kind of like attempt at comforting him. And she's like, "Who would do this? Why?" You could tell like she's, you know, trying to fight back more tears at this. And even by the time like the Saurian bros get there as well and like help her off her feet, she's not even like fighting them fussing over or anything anymore. Like they're just like helping her up, and she's kind of just being manhandled that way, and kind of letting it happen. You can tell that even she like seems defeated by this.
Is there anything we can do to stop him dying?
She kind of like shakes her head and she says, "Without," and she kind of like, she says a word in Saurian that doesn't translate, and she tries to like say, "Neb's hugely impactful to the magical ecology here. The crystal growth from his snout is what helped regulate him. Without that, something of this scale couldn't possibly survive."
Was the horn like the crystals in? Yeah.
Kind of looks around as if noticing them for the first time, and goes, I don't know. Like, this was huge in scale." She kind of like gestures again to like obviously the massive missing thing, and like again for you guys, like I think I kind of described the scale before, but if you just imagine like a transportation truck or like a tour bus or something, like it's that size of thing that looks like it's been ripped from it. So either it could have been longer or bigger, and this is the housing for it, where like a horn or whatever would sit. But she's definitely described it as like a big kind of like regulation crystal for this thing. And then like you can like hear her muttering to herself. Again, very much looking defeated. Still kind of being supported by the brothers physically, because you know her stick's still lying on the ground and whatnot. And she can like, through her mutterings, you hear things like, "The island will die because of this." So yeah.
And Lockhart's just going to walk closer to it then.
Yeah. You can see the thing obviously staring dead at you as you're the closest person to it, and you can hear the thing like make a slightly change in tone and its kind of like grumblings, if you will. That seems more an acknowledgement that you've got closer. Doesn't sound aggressive, other than it just sounds very, very big and bassy, and you know, that's probably relatively intimidating. Probably feel it in your bones a bit that close. But it's not like it's growling. It does feel more like it's complaining. But yeah, the scale of this thing is like you could comfortably like climb inside this thing's nostril, right? Like, not quite die hard, and you know, not quite walking upright, but yeah, that's the scale this thing's working on. It's very big. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't even look like it's got the energy to like move. But it also has been lying here potentially like this for about a week and a bit, so. Yeah, after like a couple of minutes or whatever, like even Madame TTT is like, you know, arguing with the brothers that she wants to go closer, and they're like, no. And she's like, yeah. And then obviously she like kind of comes and stands next to you, Lockhart, and then, you know, you can tell she's like just with her body language, she's clearly contemplating going further, right? Going much closer to it. But she also...
I mean, Lockhart will keep going, I think, as well. Yeah. Lockhart's going to try and touch it.
No, so like when she walks up to you, if you keep going, like she will stop out of almost like reverence, right, for it, as if she's a bit paralyzed. And like you can walk up and yeah, you can like put your hand on the thing, yeah. There is like a static electricity to it when you touch it.
I think gonna look at Madame TTOT, gonna look at Myr'ra. Okay. And touching the side of it will try and make a connection.
I'll try and help. Like,
yeah, I don't know if there's any way you can.
No, neither did I, but some kind of like, yeah. Again, we've just tried to harmonise in order to try and like, help gamble. We can overcommit
again. I mean, yeah, there's definitely ways you could work together. Like, you could link your minds first, right? If you wanted to try and justify it that way.
And then at least maybe the feedback might be split, or it might be doubled. Yeah, I will help.
Cool. Do you want to describe the nature of the help to me, so I can work out what happens, for good or bad?
Do you want me to try that? I could link us telepathically. Yeah. And then we can try and work together.
Would you like to
decide what we're trying?
Magic knowledge roll to see if you can do it in a way that isn't going to cause massive amounts of feedback?
Okay. Yep. Yep. So magic law.
As the highest ranked magical scholar here.
Magic law. Okay. Don't say that. I'm going to use Adept.
That looks alright. What did you get total?
24, 23? 4 times
23?
3.
Yeah, I think it's 23.
23.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So I think as well, like just given, like you literally said, you have worked in a way of like harmonizing magical fields recently. This is definitely something on like a massive scale you'll need to be very careful of. I mean, I guess the best equivalent is, you know, small gear attached to consecutively bigger gears, right? With a tiny turn equals quite a lot of output. You've obviously experienced it firsthand as well, so it's probably going to go a lot easier this time, especially if you're helping guide and limit Lockhart. Lockhart, my question to you, how much limitation are you allowing Myr'ra to exert on you?
How much did you pull me back?
It's not so much like pulling you back, it's just holding you back, right? From needing to be pulled back.
I guess I was thinking of it like
basically, you're holding the hose, she's operating the tap, right? So you've got the nozzle at your side, but she also is, how much control over the tap you giving her?
I guess it would be like 50-50. It's like Lockhart knows Myr'ra well enough, but also means that Lockhart can give 50% if Myr'ra's not willing to give any.
No, that makes sense, yeah. You want to give me a roll with an asset, obviously, from a Myr'ra. And you feel like you've done enough to mitigate some severe feedback. Barring any GM intrusions! I just have to say that out loud because, it's funnier if I say it out loud.
That is my ex.
Just, how social are we being?
You're trying to connect with it first. We're not being social yet. There's a potential for social activity. Well, hey, look at that!
Woohoo!
Brought to you by me asking for a GM intrusion. Thank you, Dice Gods.
So 38?
Yeah. I'd say you connect your mind to it without setting off the whole place, but the whole place does light up. As if responding to the magic happening. Like it's almost like pulsing quite harmoniously. As if streams of light chasing through the crystals. You can see that this whole place is like almost a bit like a web of, crystals everywhere. Major effect up for grabs.
And we don't. It's healed.
Magically, a spare battery.
It just gets dragged back from the ship. I think. I guess that it can understand me.
Well, that can't affect you. This is about you connecting to its mind, right? So obviously, it could easily be something closer to it doesn't immediately perceive you as a threat. In case it would have, but obviously there's no guarantee it would have. There's no guarantee it could do much about it if it did perceive you as a threat. It's already not prone. That doesn't really work. But yeah, so anything that can kind of flavour the role's intention, I guess, from that, or a benefit that could result in that. You haven't attempted communication just yet, so it can't be that, if that makes sense. Because obviously you can't just generate its ability to be capable of speaking if it doesn't have it.
Yes, that.
You could lean more into the empathic reading side of things if you wanted.
Finding out how or if it does how it feels.
Yeah, like aligning yourself more with its vibes, I guess, rather than necessarily speech pattern and stuff. Yeah, no, I think that's a fairly good use. Definitely helping in the situation because it should be a decent thing you get from that. Obviously, a nice refund on those points spent as well, which we do love because nat 20s. We should celebrate these guys. It's been 2 sessions of hell. Sorry, the dice gods go. Wouldn't it be great if this session was just all nat 20s? So. Yeah. But you can definitely feel a fairly solid connection at this point, even to the point where you could feel that you could tap into its emotions as well.
I guess then try and understand. Does it understand if it's dying?
Okay, I'm trying to give me some kind of insight style or Like, do you know what I mean? Like that kind of roll to try and see what the vibe is. And I think just through the kind of connection you and Myr'ra's made, like you're feeling whatever like Lockhart's kind of feeling as well. You're kind of acting a bit like a buffer or a fuse, I guess, in this situation. But yeah, to everybody else's like visuals, even if they might look very like more psychic than magic looking, this whole cavern, cliff face thing is all lit up, as I said. So the sheer scale of the crystals here is insane. Like, there's so many. Where did we get there? Another ridiculously high number.
I put trained, just because of empathic. Yes, empathic. I always feel like there's extra syllable in empathic ability.
Is it because you're trying to say empathetic?
I think so.
Yeah.
Would there be a case for social as well?
Sure. I mean, you are trying to engage with this thing socially, not necessarily over tea, but like, you are trying communication. It's hard to argue that's not social.
And it's 32.
Yeah. So, as soon as your mind connects and you kind of reach in to try and understand this thing's situation, you are flooded, both you and Myr'ra are flooded with a sense of the end is coming. Like, a very defeated... there's almost what's the word I'm looking for here? Resignation to it. A futility in that resignation, right? As if it knows it can't do anything about its situation. Off the back of that roll though as well, given how it is, that also does make Lockhart kind of realise this thing could get up and move around if it wanted to. It's just choosing not to. Because it feels defeated. Which is why, like, when you... Yeah, it is literally a case of who cares if there's other things here that are a threat. Yeah.
I guess Lockhart would probably...
You don't get the sense that this thing could hold a conversation, though.
Yeah.
Definitely more a bit on instincts, but it's definitely got a lot of like awareness of itself. Like it definitely has a sense of self as well. It just doesn't necessarily have the sophistication or need for language.
Trying to think, would it understand the feeling of sympathy?
Maybe.
I guess that's all we can really give it at the moment. So probably would just try and would maybe say out loud. I guess just, I'm sorry this has come to pass, and then just having a feeling of sympathy to try and sort of project towards it.
Yeah, and I think like even with that, as you like channel that into the kind of connection you've got with this, like you feel a bit of the anxiety that would have been baked in, obviously with strangers around it, like just immediately like dissipate, right? Like it kind of realizes that you aren't actually here to cause it more harm, or at least you aren't. But none of the resignation has really left it either. It is very much a case of
I guess kind of looking at Madame Chidiyoshi, try and feel try and get across that it will be remembered or that it will be mourned. I'm trying to think, what's the boiled down simplest sort of emotional way of putting that?
I think that's good enough, right? Like, it's sometimes there are things that are we might not have ourselves have the language to convey, right? But the idea that you won't be forgotten is probably important. Like you mattered, I guess, right? So yeah, I mean, are we boiling it right down to love? Because realistically, you could go that far and streamline that thought process down to love if you wanted. The idea that there's a reverence to Madame TTOT's like opinion of this thing. It will be remembered. It was loved in some way.
Yeah, I guess.
So yeah, you can definitely kind of convey that. And again, she's just there kind of like looking incredibly sad, really. And the fact that you can clearly tell like she has nothing she can do that would even remotely help this situation. Yeah.
I guess we'd just relay to Myr'ra that I guess its time is short.
I think with that as well, like Falkwin, you hear like Aliben's musings on this situation, right? She is specifically chosen not to manifest in this place for valid reasons.
Yep, can't imagine why.
Yep, giant stomping around Aluben. But she is she's saying that given how long this thing survived its injuries and given its condition now, this thing could linger for months. Perhaps if we could return the harmonizing crystal. Crystals grow.
Oh, indeed. You think there's a way we can make a new horn piece for it from the crystals we have around here?
I think it would be simpler, perhaps not safer, to return the original.
Can we take on those cats? There's a big crystal as well. That
I wouldn't
see
be
it.
able to grow a crystal that fast without some artificial interference from magic to assist its growth, and with that I would worry about the quality of the crystal grown. Would it be something that Nemajneb could harmonize with if it was artificially grown? Would be my concerns. And then you get the feeling of a shrug, right? She's in full academic mode herself because she's like, well, this is really interesting.
But I feel like there's no way we can recover that from the cats, surely.
Can you define we? Because you know a lot of people.
There's been an international incident brewing here. I don't know if I want us to be the spark that lights that fire.
Oh god, those pirates.
How's that pirate gold going, Lockhart?
I desperately need water. So
I know worries. What's the plan?
You're also saying undead management.
Oh, I think if Myr'ra's feeling all of this sort of along with Lockhart, again, I absolutely want to commit us to more side quests. But yeah, it feels like if it is gonna, it knows that the only way is it knows without that crystal it will die. Can we try and offer the, I don't know, is hope more? Is hope harder? Maybe we keep that and see if we can do something rather than offering what might be a false hope.
But having hope might help it.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, Myr'ra will maybe try and, like, reach out to Lockheart to be like, do you think we offer it this idea that we'll try and get it back? Kind of, can we send a, not all is lost?
I think Lockheart would say that it's incredible pain at the moment. Is this something we wanted to have to endure?
And we offer it the choice? Like, we'll try if it wants to hold on. But equally, if it wants to... I don't think we could do anything to this anyway. Like, I don't think we could shorten, like...
Without potentially backfiring in this place, unless you could somehow drag it out, which would be impressive.
So maybe offering it the hope of at least someone will try.
I mean, there could be something to trying to gauge whether it wants to live or not, if it could, right? I think that's an angle that you were kind of hitting on there, and I don't think it's a bad idea. It's something to try and gauge, like, do you want to endure? Or,
if there is hope, do you want that, or
like, are we looking to get the big crystal horn back, or are we looking to try and find a way to end your suffering, right? Like, what side quest are you trying to give us, Namaj?
Yeah. Because that feels like if it's self-aware enough to know that the end is coming, that it feels like right to give it the choice of.
Yeah, we do know that things have a time. Like everything in.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
What's the word for the planet?
So there's Gian, which is the name of the god that became the planet. And people refer to the world as Gian sometimes, or Cascade.
Yeah. So I think just that everything does have its time, and that most of the things that we've met that are really old tend to be a bit weird. And to a degree, it has the time to go back into the cycle.
The other thing that hasn't been discussed in whether or not you want to help Namaj is the comments about the island dying. If it dies.
I think that's my concern. It's like if it's the ecosystem of the island.
Ultimately, though, it's the island or the planet, not our island.
Because it currently seems to be the only safe place. No, it's covered in dinosaurs. Not that it's the safest.
Safe from who?
Like, throats have been cut, people have been chewed by T-Rexes, you've filled out cliffs, you've met people in Hawaiian shirts, even fashion isn't safe.
And I know assassins attacked their village, but it does feel like this has been a bit of a...
I think it was
safe space.
And the Rakshans were able to just rock up to the island and essentially kill the Majnev means that it's no longer... Even if we can save the Majnev, his presence alone isn't going to stop the Emperor if he wants to.
It might now. It might be like that fucking guy.
It might charge up a bit more.
Luckily, there's no Rakishan players in the group, right? Because otherwise, that could have been disastrous.
I mean, I know it's not quite the way that sort of narrative stories work, but there's also just this slight concern, like, we give the super battery crystal thing to Aluben. What else could they want to use it for other than give it back to the dinosaur?
Oh, trust me, if Falkwin could get a running commentary of Aluben's thought processes since discovering this whole thing, you could imagine the possibilities that went through her head regarding a massive harmonizing power crystal in a cave that seems to amplify magic. Yeah. Dreams of a Death Star.
Yeah, Falkwin has probably not really addressed the Aluben question just yet.
Yeah.
But it's definitely on his mind. And Aluben being like, we should go get that big crystal. All of a sudden doesn't seem super in our best interests.
Another thing for
It's
Lockhart's
like,
benefit is that the suspicion about Aluben conversation happened when Aluben was burnt out and not coalesced. So, because Falkwin went Kamehameha and obviously used a lot of Aluben himself up. So there was discussions about the, what we would just call them Abbey. Like, there was discussions about Abbey when Aluben wasn't conscious. Obviously, since she's been recoalesced, very little has been said about what the Aberdac equation has been like. Get rid of that parasite, yo. She's only ever taken from you. I mean, I think that's quite a healthy suspicion to have, is we should go get that big crystal back for Namaj Neb. The crystals grow comment as well was about the idea that it could reattach rather than anything else, like bone, etc. And if it is a harmonizing crystal, in theory, it should know where it is when it's returned.
I would also maybe like to highlight that Myr'ra's maybe whether we can get it back to Namaj or not. I think there's maybe an element if we really don't want the actions having that crystal. I feel like that feels like not good.
Yeah, it doesn't sound great. What could they want that for?
Yeah. Based on their previous history with crystals, I don't want them having any crystals.
Yeah.
Did it look like it weighed more than 1 ton?
Great question.
It looks like you might need an extra level of effort by the time you get to it. But maybe just one extra level.
Okay.
But I think even if we find out that Namaj wants to die, I think that Rakshan having the crystal isn't still not a great thing. Yeah, I think we should maybe see if we can get a vibe from Namaj what he wants first, and then go from there.
You're trying to gauge what he's sending Namaj, Lockhart.
Yeah, it's like whole question mark.
Well, again, it kind of goes back to, do you want to endure or not, right? Really. Like, that's kind of the vibe you're going, like, if we help, you live. Thumbs up. Right.
What are those emoji fish?
Yeah. So yeah, what are you sending? What's the vibe? Don't let our lack of language eloquence, hold you back.
Yeah. Heal, endure. Enduring. Yeah, I guess. Longing for endurance or something, is that combination? Wish to continue.
Yeah, and I think you can ascend a kind of mix of that, obviously, towards Namaj Neb, and obviously the wave that both of you get back is a very distinct endure. Like, this thing clearly wants to exist, but there is almost parallel to that sensation is the understanding that it's clearly not going to. You can tell this thing's capable of fairly complex thought processes.
then I guess we put back to hope.
And you sounding like hope, you said there, as if,
Yeah.
like, you know, the vibe of we'll try. Yeah, again, yous are both really overwhelmed in return. With one very strong sensation, and I mean, like, this is amplified way beyond what yous have felt thus far, to the point where it knocks you out of the contact with it. It was gratitude.
And take my hand off the side. Walk towards Madame Tiki.
She like closes the distance as well with you, and she like just like starts patting like your arm, like reassuringly.
Yes, saying to her, it is aware of its situation, but it desires to continue. I'm not learned in anything, but if we could return the focusing mentioned, do you think that would give it the chance to endure?
She kind of like looks at you and goes, I think the idea that you could take on the Rakishan Empire is foolish, given what they have done throughout history. When they set their minds to something, very little gets in their way. She kind of turns and looks at Namaj-Neb and goes, I would very much like you to get that crystal back if you can, and ideally kill as many of those Rakishans along the way for what they have done to him, what they have done to this island, and potentially to Gian.
I think it might, appreciate is a difficult word. It is, it could perhaps do with some company. We will try.
She kind of like pats your arm again reassuringly, and she goes, I will be here, but they could return. Kind of looks around at the glowing place, and kind of like as like the kind of energy still slowly kind of dimming the crystals. She says, "This place is again as close to sacred as we have. I can't stop them all."
Many of them have already left. Perhaps let us hope that they believe their extraction to be complete.
Kind of like nods, and she kind of like says something in Saurian that again you have picked up some basic Saurian, but it's the equivalent of a dagger has two edges. And you can tell that's in response to you talking about hope.
The fallen dagger has no handle.
And yeah, she kind of like just nods again in kind of like resignation herself. Goes, I will stay. Whoever from the village wishes to join me are welcome. There's enough territory here that we could, move everyone if we had to. But there are many who will not come.
Your village survival was somewhat based on people not wishing to come to this island, somewhat due to Namaj-Neb. It is if that is changing, your village may need to have drastic changes to not have a solution to that, but
Nor I, but I am not the village. There are many minds at work. Like nods. So, thoughts? Gang?
I know she doesn't seem massively keen on Gamble, but he might be a good one to try and get up here as well to support them.
yeah, I mean, he's
also got a magic tent that they could live in.
the entire village in the tent. Yeah. Or do we need Campbell because we need a Rakishan expert?
Also true.
I mean, you could leave the crater and message him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how much amplification do you think messaging is going to have?
Who knows? We could message everyone on the planet by accident.
All at once. Yeah.
Who's saying that would be the accident?
So there's probably a GIF for this, right? Let's see. Is there a GIF for this? I'm surprised there. Wow, that's weird. There isn't one immediately. Wow. Okay, I'll find one. Don't worry. But this'll do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're in the kind of big cerebro cave.
Essentially, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be fine down here by herself, right?
She's got Saurian bros. They're great.
Yeah, they're great.
Mhm.
I don't think any King's Breath fan's going to come in here, but it maybe, I suppose, it's for sure about the reaction. But.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Dum-dum-ba-dum.
And I mean, given the impression she gave you guys, she was definitely like willing to defend this place, right? With her
Mhm.
life as well. But she definitely said, like, I can't take on all of them.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if you're sending Gamble and Ovi here.
Yeah. Also, did Sloth get on the boat with the horn on it? With the big crystal?
Seemingly.
Yes,
Right.
we should maybe message him.
We've got a guy on the inside. Okay. We also can't teleport anywhere, though, because we can't have any radiation. Because that's been the whole point of being here.
Yeah, we were going to
It's
stay here
not
for a
to
bit
get
till
radiated.
it wore off, right?
Mhm.
And it was going to take a few weeks.
I think it was like 12 days.
Yeah, and it's been at least, I say it's been just over a week, so I think we've maybe done 8
It's
days,
been about a week.
right?
Okay.
Like, easily 8 days.
Yeah.
3/4.
Okay.
Nice.
So we're nearly there.
That's not a long wait.
This does feel like, again, as reminded us, we know loads of people. Like, this is maybe the point to, like, ring the cavalry and be like, because we, like, Falkwin had the warlock leaders contact from the Arcanatrix. We can contact, I don't have my notebook with me. I can't remember what she's called. Was she VS? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The current Grandmaster. Yep, you have the ex-Grandmaster on the island.
Yeah. We've got 2 Grandmasters and a phone call. We can message the table.
Then.
Well,
Quilban, Burmy.
I'm thinking we just go to war.
Yes! Let's do it. Light the beacons. Come on, course for aid.
In a practical sense, that if everyone that we get that we actually batters, the Rakshans are just going to take that. Oh, the table has declared war on us.
But also,
we may as well do that.
Maybe we should. They seem up to no good.
They've basically got a nuclear weapon or something.
Yeah, exactly. We don't tell them that we're doing it to save the Net. We tell them that.
Yeah, we're not like
doing it to save
Godzilla. The world. Doing it to save the world.
No.
A rousing speech, but not just the table, the planet.
The problem is the only problem is if the Emperor says he's got another use for it.
He still shouldn't have it. I vote for. I wouldn't believe him if he was like, it's for green energy. Right. Don't trust him.
What? Okay, but what it was though? Instead of green energy, like, what if he's found a way to end the cycle, or I don't know, to
the Whitehall go to war with him. Like whatever he's doing, someone isn't gonna like.
What if he's going to expose what happened to the?
Well, that's bad news for us.
Well, exactly.
What if you, human body?
It's the thinking, the sort of the step after. What does he actually want? Because he wants it for a natural reason, and what reason does he say?
I also want to just take a moment to say I feel like a very proud GM, given the sheer complexity that you are caring about. I appreciate.
It's Space Force. He's like, you're playing chess. You're playing checkers. I'm playing chess. And then,
okay.
It's just us. I think this is hungry hippos at best.
You are right though, because the Emperor will claim, in the same way he claims those weird crystals were a gift, that there's a nice reason for him doing it.
I mean, what were the crystals if not a gift?
It wasn't a lie.
Well, are we not pretty confident that it was to make sure the city got attacked? That's what I think.
The gift of an attack.
So true. The gift is very
Still
broad.
gave it to them. So
Yeah, valid.
Here's some speculation. If I was a player in the same position as you guys, with the knowledge you guys have, what did the crystals cause to happen? Right? So he's mentioned the Farron attack.
Yeah.
What did that cause to happen?
Yeah. What's his name turned up?
Brandon L. Yeah.
It was Brandon L. bait.
Just saying, if I was a suspicious player.
So, he's Sun Emperor.
Yep, the Solar Emperor. Sun.
He's Moon Empress.
The Lunar Empress.
Do you think they fucking know about the Fae? Do you think they know about the Queen of the Fae being on the moon? Has Amblin been talking to them?
Well, we know Amblin was on Dinosaur Island.
Yeah, and he's on the
moon. But maybe not just about who the Fae are, but also what the Baron are.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was what was attracted the thing which got involved, Brandon L involved. So perhaps you might know what Baron are.
How do we tie this back to Siri Thane?
Yeah,
why is it Siri Thane's fault? That's the main question. He's not been mentioned this episode.
Yeah, because again, we know from our side of the our continent, that Modesta Lara spied on Storm Island.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely might have done as well. Maybe they did it better. So maybe they knew the evil sorcerer of Mechanics was Brandon L.
On their side?
What, sorry?
Was anyone blind on their side?
Well, on the Rakishan side.
Uh-huh.
None visible to you guys.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean they don't have
like the blind oracles or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking of the Empress. I couldn't remember.
No. She just seemed very reserved. That was all. Very like shrunken compared to his unbelievable grandeur, right? He was a celebrity eating up the red carpet wherever he went. Is it wrong that I'd want to cast maybe someone like Mel Gibson at the peak of his fame, like just to be that like unlikable?
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. But again, bringing it back to the solution-focused thinking is you know so many useful people.
Yeah. I think it's also, like, I understand Lockhart's point of if we tell the people that we know to act, it probably will come off as us declaring war.
Then you maybe want to loop in less aligned people that you know.
Yeah.
You know a lot of people that aren't directly aligned, right? Really.
Mm-hmm. I think Sloth might be first. And then he's on the boat. We could maybe just sort this all out with him. Sloth, can you just...
with a little chat to Sloth and be like...
I know you were going to like reconnect with your bestie, but also we need that crystal back.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably in the move.
Kyrol. We could ask Kyrol.
Exactly what I was thinking right now. I was like, where did we leave Kyrol?
Outside Cascade City, if I remember. But he was just going to go and do his own thing.
Yeah.
Because he's chill.
And the table know of him now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But him acting isn't the table acting.
Correct.
Like, for sure. So he could be a...
I mean, count Threem as a subject of the table. But who isn't? Because Sarathian, not to make the meme more predominant, but Sarathian is not aligned with the table. Not directly. Through Threem, he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he has just been, as we know, he's been subcontracted by Threem for some reason.
Yeah. And all we know is he isn't a dank.
Yes.
It's our only information.
Could be from Felix, for all we know.
Yeah, he might have a vested interest in it.
See if we just say the words Madame Titioti and see if it
see what he reacts.
What are you hoping for? Like, Mama? Like...
Laws. They had like their sleeper agent activation.
Yeah.
Other people, again, not aligned, but as in, I could let Grandma know, and then she can distribute that, because pride's on the table. The others can maybe act a little bit more.
Well, she's very specifically not aligned with the table, right? Because her job's to almost judge
oversee
the devils, and the devils as a whole are the table, right? Really. I think arguing that Sloth isn't part of the table would be an academic piece of semantics for the Rakashans. But for everybody on Kale, they'd probably be like, yeah, Sloth's not been part of the devils for centuries.
Yeah, whereas they'd be like...
That's sort of more what I meant, that anyone that we bring in is just, the Rakashans are just going to see that as war from the table. So even someone nominally not aligned, they're just going to take it as they are, as if it is the entire table speaking it. As a way to try and use that against
You think so highly of the Rakashans.
Well, my high thinking is that they might be able to take us.
Well, that's the table's concern as well. I think I mentioned that politically before, is the table as an aligned entity are the reason the Rakashans have never made a move, right? I mean, there's still one thing on Kale that most people would not go up against, and that's the dragon. And the dragon's kind of it's very much it doesn't really do anything after it made, the Draconics. So it's almost, I'm not saying it is a bluff, but it's definitely used as you would never dare make these moves because, we don't have to say what we have, wink nudge. Like, it's very much they don't necessarily, like, it's not like you know, Quilborn could just rock up to the dragon and be like, "Can you go torch them, please?"
You're saying.
But it is also something on the same.
Tried?
It's also something else that's on a similar scale to Namaj.
Oh, you just ripped a horn out of the marshmallow. That's concerning.
No, but what does it now sound like the Rakishans might have planned?
They're gonna take on the dragon.
Go kill the dragon.
Or at least
The
have
thing
something
from the
that
other
can
bit.
counter.
Something that's able to, like, try and like cancel out.
I mean, think of it from the Rakishans' point of view. They're up against a massive hostile entente as an opposing continent after having been enslaved by a superior race. Do you blame them for wanting to balance the scales? Right?
Are they trying to balance it?
Correct, are they?
Seems like they're trying to take over everything. Because if they go for the dragon, then no one's ever going to challenge them ever.
Yeah. Oh god.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it?
Politics is weird.
But that's kind
However-
of we don't need to necessarily use the trying to get the Majnab, not dead as the reasoning. It's just like, okay, now they have started to tip the scales. We either just or we kind of act.
We're basically arguing arms/space race is occurring. We like this
We're losing.
water hot. Yeah.
And we have a moment.
But it took us to go. Fix one time's problems.
For his wife's birthday.
His wife's turned out not to be. Through no fault of his.
As I said, you've left me alone for a long time. I created a whole world and a whole bunch of politics and...
What's that mean? You left me alone in a Costco. Okay. I am on the line of I do absolutely understand the consequences of this choice as much as I feel I can. I think we have to tell people. And then they can make the choice. Like, we're not in charge of the table. But if they see this as an act of aggression, then they got to take that call.
A message to the world. That's pretty much where I was.
Oh, so it's in you. What we want to use the crystals to set off an emergency alarm for everybody.
I mean, you could just be like,
Yeah.
Russians have declared war.
The Jedi are taking over!
And then we'll send out a second message that goes, "This was just us testing the global emergency alarm system."
7th of September, 3 p.m. Just so you know. There is an actual emergency test system. 7th of September, 3 p.m.
I've been somewhere where they were testing their emergency alarms, and I did not know that was going to happen. But then no one was running, so I was like, I think it's okay.
I was debating setting an alarm to ease the alarm.
Now you need an alarm for that alarm.
Also, just this is the gift that comes to mind at the moment. Don't know if any of you have watched Andor or not, but
yes,
it kind of feels like that's the direction it's moving in. We're 2 steps away from her broadcast.
Oh yes, let's do that. Madam TTOT can be Myr'ra. It'll be great. We just need a cute robot.
So, couple of things. The world is about to consider messaging, right? You have been somewhat politically active, right, as a group. You have moved around the world quite a bit, unexplainably.
We were always supposed to be there.
Yeah. You have held back a reasonable amount of information from a reasonable amount of people as well. How credible do you think the message would be received? What escalation do you expect in return to that? Right? Those are just... I'm not saying you shouldn't do this. This is just me looping you in on things you would be aware of, right? Do you think the table would be happy that you declared intercontinental war?
Yeah. I feel like we should... I think we should work within the chains of power that we are aware of. As in, like...
And subject to...
Yeah. Because I also think that... I do think that's a good point in terms of, like, we were... I know we were not acquitted, because we argued that we were guilty, but it was fine. But, like, we're probably quite known as those people who got indicted under the Iron Laws.
Yeah.
And us suddenly going,
oh, they're at it again.
Think, like, yeah. Like, maybe us all, like, Ignysera getting in touch with Quilburn, maybe the Arcana tricks, Lockhart with Burmy, and trying to, like, put the information in people's hands who can then make the call to go to war. What is happening?
Well, I love this well. Do you remember earlier in the storyline there was that let's try and make sure we don't end up in a continental war?
Yeah, it was a goal. Yeah.
And now we've went right full circle to so we should start a war. I feel like Riven just picked up a sword without realising why.
Yeah.
Wherever they are. Just that.
And Sarah's like, put it down.
Why did you even bring that?
Not involved. We're on holiday. I might need to go turn the light on.
What's fair?
I'll be back.
No worries. Thoughts, Ignysera?
Oh my gosh.
Mm.
I don't know. Yeah, I think trying to tell the entire world is probably not the best idea, but telling people who are, more in charge is probably the way to go. We started from, like, telling people who were going to stay here with Madam TTOT, and then went into, we're going to tell the world and start a war.
It's a bit of escalation,
sure.
you know? Like, nothing's happened yet, though. This is just
like,
a nice...
Who should we get to help out round here? Let's start a war.
It was very much a case of, fuck it.
Fuck
War it
is. Fine. But yeah, I think telling people who are more in charge would be good. But I think we do need to think of other people who would come here to, like, protect this place as well.
I think, ironically, the worries about this becoming a staging facility may now have been the other continent. Kale might be using it as a staging facility. Or at least that's maybe how it might be perceived if a lot of resources get moved here. As Alexander pointed out, or Lockhart pointed out, like, the idea that anything seen by the Rakashans could be twisted to justify their next move. So how do you make their next move the hardest? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, in your opinions, right, as a group, right? Or as players less so than characters, right? What's your biggest resource you have? Like, what do you think your biggest, like, ally, resource, whatever? And is it that cube into Margot's chambers?
I've still got it.
It's like, Margot, can you look after our pet lizard, please? It's very big.
So I can transport it to one thing.
I mean, the cave might amplify that enough to get Namaj over there.
Margot would never forgive us.
I think Dagdaval, like that city, would never forgive you. Or, sorry, Dagda Cathair, I think I called it. Sorry, not Dagdaval. Dagda Cathair.
Our poor blacksmith friends would get smushed.
Black Cat's bric-a-brac.
I don't know. I would go for Tyrell or Bran and Elle as being our biggest. But then you've kind of got, like, if you treat the table as a collector, that's got a lot of big hitters.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, the sheer power and like knowledge that Helborn has alone. Never mind the whole table, which includes the devils.
Yeah. And as much as we don't trust her, the Destelara is...
She's a heavy hitter.
like, yeah, big.
You saw her take out a corridor of Ferrin.
We just need to be convincing them to actually do it in a useful way. Whereas people like Cairo, it's probably a bit easier to do.
I still think we need to tell people now. We can't keep... the Rakashans might have a planet ending. I don't know. But I'm also hung up a little bit on the fact that Madame TTOT was like, this is terrible for the market and the island and the planet.
Yeah, that's the
That
big
seems concerning.
The entire world.
Like, I think we should also question what she meant by that. We should also be like, what did you mean?
Is it just because the island will die and that will make
The planet sad?
yeah
Did they say
sort of
that?
environmental?
She said Gian. She mentioned
Yeah,
Gian.
she said Gian.
Yeah.
She would always like most Saurians would always refer to the world as Gian, not Cascade. Cascade's a very Kale thing.
It's because we think we're the same.
Yeah. When you call it Cascade City, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Welcome to World City. Everyone's welcome except them.
Yeah, we've got big, we draw our continent in the middle of the map energy.
So yeah, as I said, you know some pretty nuclear people yourselves. I mean, remember, Kyril did pull a meteor to bring silver to the world.
I feel like Kyle's quite a good shout because he's so separate.
Kyril could maybe take the crystal out of play while we deal with the fallout of telling people. Like, if we want nobody to have the crystal, apart from us being much then, Kyril might be our...
Do you think the Rakashans, if they discovered there was a Fae, do you think they would keep that quiet? Because keep in mind, Kale doesn't know the Fae still exist. Only the table and you guys know that.
Okay.
Right?
I think I'm working off the idea that anything we know, they might already know, because we don't know. Those assassinate spy people were very spy-y.
Also, they did seem to know that Vermi had already taken over, while they would have had to have sailed halfway by that point. So I was like, well, how did they get wind of the fact? Like, they made it appear as if they turned up to welcome her as the new queen, rather than the fact it's like, well, you'd been sailing for 2 weeks by that point, so how did you... Wait a minute. Yeah. So yeah. What's the next immediate thing you would like to achieve as a group, I guess? What's the the first big goal to achieve based on the new info that we all have? Like, how much of it is island based, how much of it is Kale based, how much of it is globally? Like, what's the first task that feels like the most sensible first step as a group?
I would say get someone to be here with TTOT.
Okay. I mean, use no Gamble and Posier on the island. And Gamble is
Yeah.
is
That's what I was
effectively
thinking.
the Grandmaster of the Arcanatrix.
Yeah.
Effectively.
He might also be able to give us more info on kind of the capabilities of the crystal. These are not words I don't
Yeah.
Yeah, you could also like learn from them over time or
Yeah.
something else.
But he could maybe also give us concrete things to say Like, this is why this is such a risk, without saying, we made friends with a dinosaur and we want to give it its horn back.
And also, although it's like a dangerous place to be here if the Rakshans come back, they obviously have just gone. So for now, it's probably a safe-ish place to be compared to anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, their backs turned to the island effectively, so. So.
I think, yeah, should we contact Campbell? Hey, head here, please.
Yeah, he's also another good resource on. He's been Grandmaster. Like, almost as long as Quilburn's been on the table.
Yeah.
Because he got it when Quilburn couldn't take it.
Yeah.
So he's also probably a good insight into who we should tell if we should tell
Plus,
others.
the nice thing about that is none of them were bitter about that. Like, you know, Quilburn obviously really fucking wanted the job, but couldn't get it because he was picked by the Blade.
Yeah.
So he's probably more bitter at the Blade than he is to Gamble. He was probably the person that recommended Gamble.
Yeah.
So they're probably quite tight. Yes. So you want to message Gamble? Okay. How are we doing it, and what are we saying?
Should I use my ring?
I have no method of contacting anyone, so.
Smoke signals, I guess, with a lot of practice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
Like Johnny Storm, Skywrite.
I'll do some skywriting, or just like like flares, like flames.
Really big stick on the ground.
But yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, if you can, yeah.
Okay, I will use my ring.
Is Lockhart's burnt out still? Yeah, and so you've got Nori's, but they're not here.
Okay.
But you do have access to like a way to communicate.
Okay. Yes, if this.
Like Nori, can you just say this?
I think Myr'ra would probably still refer to him as Grandmaster Gamble. In terms of like he's sort of kind of my order.
Yeah, and I think like I mean it's a bit like the president title, right? You're always Grandmaster, right? Yeah. It's a rank you have attained. So
yeah. Yeah, I think you probably start with pleasantries in terms of no, I don't want to give you this information. Maybe over the phone. Yeah. I hope everything is okay with you and Posey. If possible, could you join us at the foot of, I'm going to again describe sort of roughly where we are. An incident has occurred with Namaj Neb. Madame TTOT is here, and we need your input. We'll be able to tell you more when you arrive. And I will roll to see if my ring breaks. Nope, we're still going.
Hey! The magic of the island. Yeah. Is anyone wanting to do anything in the time it will take them to get to you guys? What's next on the list?
I think we've learned what we can from TTOT for now, unless there's anything else we want to ask her about.
We could ask her, when you said this could damage gear, what did you mean?
Go back and have a chat with her.
I suppose, just double check, like, is it because, the island will die, the world will die, or is it for other reason?
Yeah. Is it that these, like, is it, I don't, like, we went around on the planet was made, was this the, like, this was the point, and then it all grew from here, so this dying might mean the whole world died.
It's up to you.
Wait, it's all dinosaurs? Always.
All the way.
It's dinosaurs.
All the way down. So when you think back and go, wait a minute, that building was just a bunch of dinosaurs stood together.
It always has.
You look at Carol and it's just a velociraptor. Like... Well... Are we going to talk to Madam TTOT or leave her be?
I think, I might as well ask her.
Okay, yeah. Who's saying what to her?
I guess Lockhart might have a sort of from sense of the of Kale. You say that this. You say that Maj Neb and the energy, the magic is foundational for this island. You think it will affect the other continents too?
She kind of like shakes her head a bit. She looks at you and she says, "It's hard to put it into words that would necessarily have much meaning." Again, kind of gestures to obviously Falkwin and Myr'ra, being like, your academics might be able to have done a better job if they had the understanding that I have for it, but kind of like shakes her head. There is a balance to the magic of this world, like waves in the sea. We've lost something that has made such a huge impact to that balance. If it is not restored, magic will have to find a way to correct this. And the ripples from that could cause magical instability for years.
The ripples could cascade.
And then it comes up with the credits. Blah.
I was like, oh no, it's magical climate change.
Yeah, it's almost like I named the world that for a reason.
Okay. The scales just continue.
You know I can't do one shots, Hannah.
One shot. Two years in.
But yeah, so she kind of gives the severity of, this is a massive problem brewing. Like,
yeah. I think Myr'ra, from like hearing that, would have that kind of almost getting like all those numbers of starting to figure out the importance of harmony on this island specifically, because we've actually talked about it quite a lot. Like the importance of magic harmonizing, and what a rip in that.
And like you can tell that she specifically means the scale of Namaj Neb's impact in the magical harmony. I mean, even Gamble mentioned it when Lockhart asked, how did you find out about something weird here? And he was like, oh, there was an imbalance in the magical harmonies on the island. Clearly it was some kind of distressed, Namaj Neb.
And then also thinking of, things we've maybe been involved in that probably haven't helped the magical harmony of the kind of discordant of the soul. It's not called a soul well, whatever.
The soul well. That's good enough.
And then back to whatever did end the Fey War. Like there's a lot of snapback that could happen that would have. Like I think Myr'ra's just looking down the like.
The whole timeline starts to like appear with all the problems and like red marker pen appearing. Like oh dear.
Yeah, and probably starts pacing, just waiting for Gamble to arrive, sort of muttering to herself.
And again, like I think, like this is something that she kind of conveys as well. Like it's gonna be felt by everybody. I am like the magical harmony keeps almost everything in balance, right? Whether or not a farmer realizes it, so many magical things happen around a farm that it can't help but be affected by it, whether they realize it or not. So yeah, it's gonna affect everybody. I mean, probably farmers the least, right? But like It's not great. But like magical lakes on the top of mountaintops, probably not great. Giant magically built cities, probably not great on volcanoes. You know, eek. Magical caves filled with crystals that may be veins of the island, not great. Giant black towers with storms raging around them, maybe not great. Giant harmonizing crystals that might be massive bombs by that point, probably not great. A city full of magical torques around their citizens' necks, probably not great. It's not just like, I think the takeaway here is realizing the Rakishans will be affected by this just as much.
Yeah, and they've maybe not thought that through, or don't care.
I was going to say, yeah, or they don't care, right?
Just don't care. Because you're an emperor of a civilization where you're perfectly fine with people having things around their necks that'll explode. What's your... Yeah.
Also, the numbers they have alone outmatch everybody on Kale. Like they have militarized their people. Like, Kale doesn't have an army to match that. Unless you count Falkwin, which nobody really would.
Oh god, we're late to the space race.
But like, if this was a world without magic, the Rakishans have the advantage just on numbers and like the scope of their military, like zealotry, I guess.
The idea, we think that it may be ignorant of it, but it could be that they're banking on it. Could be, again, we don't know exactly why. We've got a few theories of why they've done this, but it could be that they know this is going to throw things off, and that they perhaps have a better, the Saurians were sort of more geomantic.
No, the Rakishans were the geomancers.
Okay, yeah. So I was thinking that they have a better sort of geomantic understanding of the spread of...
and by proxy, crystals, right?
So they may be prepped for it all going weird and are relying on us.
I mean, let me put my tinfoil hat on further and say that the Rakishan Empire at its foundation could have engineered Namaj-Neb.
Have they been here that long?
The Rakishans, yeah. I mean, keep in mind, the Saurians kept them as pets. Let's be polite and call them pets.
Right. Because Madame Tioti's been on the island for a very long time.
Madame Titioti is a very unknown age. But she's been on this island... Well, she gave the impression she's been on the island a while. To you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was that implication that Dinosaur Island might be the birthplace of the
Yeah. And she considers Namaj-Neb sacred though, as well, right?
Yeah.
Which does imply that if you think she's older or younger than the Rakishan Empire, it then throws out that theory, right? So
that's just what I was thinking. I thought it had been there as long as she had. And so that would suggest they're both slightly potentially predate at least the Empire, but not the antecedent culture of the Rakishans.
It's hard to say without asking those questions, right?
Let's just go back up to Namaj-Neb.
How old
Question mark.
If you give me a vibe, how many, Madame TTOT's old are you? And let me go figure out how old she is.
If we look at the wood, is there rings on a tree that we can count?
So I guess you spend the day and evening chatting away with Madame TTOT and the brothers, effectively trying to just keep Namaj company. Every so often her going up to try and soothe the beast by physically making contact, resting her forehead against it and stuff like that. And yeah, eventually, obviously, next day you've got obviously rests, etc. Right, blah blah blah. you know. But the next day, Gamble and Posey very tentatively come in. Obviously, the brothers, escort them in, given that they were expecting them. Because I'm assuming you told her that you were expecting Gamble. We've made a lot of assumptions in that conversational evening. And yeah, Gamble kind of goes in and he can't help but do that whistle of, oh boy. As his eyes go wide at the scale of what they're looking at. And takes his hat off and holds it against his chest and kind of goes, I wouldn't even have been able to have guessed at the scale this thing had reached. Kind of shakes his head a bit. And Posey just looks sad. Just at this thing, because, Posey, for her flaws, did care about animals. But yeah, maybe not people as much as she should have, but animals, yeah. And yeah, they approach, and Madame TTOT looks at it and just tuts, but then kind of goes back to her business. And Gamble approaches the group and goes, it's actually so much worse than I thought it would be. This is horrific, and is it safe to be this close? Posey's by this point already walked past everything and went up to it. It's just
Classic Posey.
Just putting her hand up on its snout and stuff like that, as if you can tell she's trying to empathise with the thing,
If Namaj Ned became a bee,
an immortal bee.
would it be invincible?
An immortal bee.
It would be limited anymore.
Oh, but it would try and eat the T-Rexes and it wouldn't be able to.
I mean, I think the question is, can it read the spell?
No. Yeah, I think Myr'ra would share that Lockhart and her managed to make contact, and it understands we're not here to hurt.
It kind of looks at both and goes, brave, stupid, but useful. And that's his thoughts on that.
I'm I think that sums up sort of who we'd be.
Yeah.
But useful.
Comes up the credits of the party. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he kind of shakes his head and goes, so what's the prognosis then? It doesn't look good from here.
No. Without it. And again, I will use whatever the term, harmonizing.
Yeah, you catch him up, basically, right? Yeah, you catch
Yeah.
him up on the situation, and I think his response is seen in his face immediately once she's finished, explaining it all, and he's like, oh, no. Oh. And then you can see him doing the calculations in his head. And he's and he starts to speak, but he's saying 3 sentences at once, so it doesn't really come out very clearly, and he kind of catches himself and goes, we should go back to the Arcanatrix. We need more people on this. We need everybody on this.
We maybe wanted some guidance on sort of the rollout of the information. And how best not to push panic, but get the right people informed.
I mean, obviously we need people to work out if we can recover this harmonizing crystal for Namaj-Neb, and if it can even be restored in time, or there are so many clocks at play. And then he kind of goes, if Namaj-Neb dies before we can recover the crystal, if we cannot fix the crystal in time to stop the magical cascade, and or whatever the Rakishans may do with it in the meantime that could potentially cause another, just the horror on his face. He goes, we need teams to work on safeguarding from the fallout that is about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We do. We need
Yeah.
a team here on the ground We need people cantricks everywhere.
We need your uncle. He needs to be told immediately. I can't imagine anyone better suited to. She kind of like shakes her head and goes, "Oh, it's never a pleasant gift, is it, when you're in situations like this?" You can tell like he's thinking, "I hate the idea that I'm going to phone a friend and be like, by the way, I need your help. Everything's going to blow up."
I need your help. It's the end of the world.
Yeah.
The only thing we're worried about is that he is part of the table and
Like Gamble gives you like the strangest look of like it's almost like anger. And it's like, you think the table matters? You think maps and lines will matter after this goes off? There are cities built with magic. Thousands of people live in them. One's on a volcano.
Yeah, I think it might be too late
yeah.
for politics. So I look at Lockhart apologetic.
Yeah,
Like, I'm so sorry. I think the nerds might have to go over.
I mean, the good thing is the Arcanatrix
Oh my God,
technically isn't
school
aligned, right? Technically isn't aligned with the table, despite the fact that its main operational base is right in Cascade City, governed by the table. But like the church and the Arcanatrix are independent. You know?
Lockhart's just thinking, it's a good thing that we've got someone in charge of like mobilizing the military of the country in Denk.
Yeah, right? Remember what I said to you? Like, that should be something you should do. Like, in Arc 2?
Oh,
I mean, you gave Vermi a scarf so she could rest better in her office.
Okay. Do we need to start?
And my shortlist.
Yeah.
But this is the moment when you realise the sheer cascade of everything. Wop wop! We need like a buzzer noise for that.
Yeah. We're gonna say, do we need like a legally blonde Delta Nu phone tree? Who are we contacting to contact me?
Yes. We should do a phone tree.
I love a phone
Otherwise,
tree.
it's just you on your ring the whole time.
And at some point, I'm gonna roll
It's
away.
gonna break.
So I think we need to pick whoever we message next to be like, this is our phone tree. Who are we messaging to tell everybody else?
I would recommend picking someone that can return the call.
Yeah.
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 Like, to begin with, I suppose Quilburn.
Quilburn.
We can also ask.
I'd recommend you
Gamble
make a
to-
list somewhere visible, like maybe either in the Roll20 chat or in the Discord chat, and just make it very visible for everybody at a glance. While you are doing that, though, I also think we should go on a little break and do a tiny bit of admin.
Admin break.
Yes. So we'll take a wee 10-minute break here. We will return, hopefully, with a list intact, and we'll see how that goes, I guess.
Okay.
BRB, everybody.
Verb.
Okay. Should be back. Back again.
Words.
Do
Audio.
Audio testing.
that.
1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
Un, deux, trois.
4, 5, 6.
It's fantastic. It's everything you want audio to be.
Excellent. Amazing. Thank you. Welcome back to part 2 of part 26 of Arc 4 of, well, I guess Arc 4 is called The Last of the Summer Elves, and perhaps the last of everything. Yeah, it's a Cascade game. I think we've learned the reason for the name. Maybe. Or just the fact that every single thing you've done in this has caused significant events to have happened. So yeah. But here we are. I'm Viktor, the GM. It's the 30th of August, I suppose, 2025. Here are the players.
Hello, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin. Mystical speaker keeps magic ally. I'm tired.
Hello, I'm Ignysera. I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a Draconic warrior who bears a halo of fire. Just getting really into character.
Yeah.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart and Dourf, who's an Empathic speaker, and about to set off a phone chain.
Hey, I'm Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra, Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin and is questioning why politics is suddenly so much a part of her life. Take me back to the library.
Yeah. Way back at before the first session. We're so cruel to characters, aren't we? We make them and then we put them through hell. If we just left them in the potentia before they were put on a piece of paper or in a digital file, they'd have had such quieter lives. But yes. Where were we? A list of people we would like to loop
a
in.
phone tree. So Quilburn for Cascade City areas, Conatrix and the table.
So worth then, see for your notes then, if you're adding them into like this Discord chat, so we're just putting like Quilburn hyphen Cascade City or whatever area they're covering, then we can see at a glance what you're maybe missing, if any, as well.
Yeah.
And I think as well, just thinking about who do you want to loop in is a good thing, right? Like who's the people that should know first.
I feel like realistically, I think we should mention Quilburn for like our candidates. I think we should probably message Vermin just in terms of she's still, especially for Lockheart, like she's your direct in command.
Yeah.
Like it feels like she should hear this from us, not from.
Remember how I was supposed to hire you like the head of the military? Yeah. You might want to get on that. Good old Commander Forno Stolt's gonna have a promotion.
Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
Yeah.
I was maybe gonna highlight. Maybe we message my granny. Maybe Lady Featherstone is who we message for Caldera because she's got the power to kind of contact all of the devils. Otherwise, we're relying on the devils talking to each other, which doesn't seem like them.
What a great line of text, though, isn't it? Just Granny Caldera Devils. It's just beautiful.
What's your 3 words?
Exactly. Yeah. Wonder where that is in the world.
Okay, so that's the Conatrix, Cascade City, Caldera. Who else do we want to tell? Who else should hear it from us?
That's it. Yeah, who else should hear it from us? Where the rest we can say, please distribute this information as you see.
Who wouldn't be in the distribution list?
At the moment, Branonel, Cairo. Yeah. Conthream.
Did I miss a session where there was explicit, let's not tell Branonel and Cairo? Or is that just people that we don't have yet? Should we tell them?
It's more that they wouldn't get it from our current phone tree. No one in our current phone tree would be able to tell.
Yeah.
So this also, what we should bear in mind, yes, is the fact that Branonel is also working on something that's potentially end of the world. Do we want to pull him from that?
I mean,
because he's dealing with moon shit, which is also another magic city.
Yeah, did you not remember that there's a magic city in the sky as well?
If there is a threat of the moon falling out of the sky again, I might
just blowing up
in real life. Have to go lie in a dark room.
That's when you just become an astronaut.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't there a Fey Queen imprisoned inside the moon?
On it.
It'd be a bit problematic if the moon was to crack open.
Mm-hmm. Already changed colour. Already bad enough.
I think the other thing to factor in is if you think you have discussed before that you consider Branonel one of the strongest things on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
What's about to cause problems with magic?
Strongest thing on the planet.
He should know. He should know because it might affect what he's doing as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So maybe
I think we should tell Kyrol just because he's Kyrol. Yeah, we should look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do we sick Kyrol on the cats? That would start an international incident.
I was going to say that if they then saw a Fae, what would happen there? Would they tell the whole world?
Remember, the whole world doesn't know the Fae exist. They think they're safe from the Fae. So you would cause potentially a continent-wide of panic that they're going into the thing they've been told are nightmare creatures that, caused a timeless war 900 years ago that, cost the strongest elves their life. And then you're saying, by the way,
a new war.
Yep.
War.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Telling the world, by the way, the Rakshans might have a weapon that could hurt the dragon, and also the Fae weren't actually wiped out, and also Branonel isn't dead, and the moon is falling.
Between people knowing about Kyrol and knowing about... Between the world learning about Kyrol and learning about Branonel, I feel like Branonel's the better one to warm them up with. Because they might start to then question things.
Yeah.
Oh, but if he's alive, what does that mean for the war and the fame? Are there consequences here? Get them thinking and maybe open to possibility.
Rioting against their
maybe
governments.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I think if we do go down the road of letting people know about Kyrol, then surely we just tell them that humans are the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for that info.
Sideswipe the whole there's a Fae alive problem.
I just feel like they're all still here. Nobody panic.
It's like you're actually maybe a Fae descendant. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Think of the mass panic.
They won't be complaining about Kyrol
anymore.
I think we're going off on another tangent.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
But it's good to highlight the danger of information sharing.
Yes. I think we keep Kyrol and Branonel out of the phone tree and just inform them independently.
Yeah.
Because yes, it will probably affect what Branonel is currently doing. It's not suddenly a mass magical fallout. And again, I just think Kyrol should be.
He's just a nice guy, Kyrol.
Yeah, it's just
I think he should know.
Yeah.
He'd probably be happy to be included.
Yeah. It'd make us go. Yeah. So at the moment does anyone else need to hear from us?
Can I make a suggestion? And it's purely to save yourselves the political fallout. Maybe tell Margot personally.
I was wondering about Margot because she's got quite iffy on the fact that we often don't inform her. But and she has mentioned that makes her cross.
That's more of a how much do you care about Margot rather than a
lot.
Yeah, exactly. Quillburn could easily tell her that would be fine, but yeah.
Bless her, she's been last looped in often.
I feel like we should tell people close to us.
Yeah.
Who's on that list?
Sorry,
I mean, 3 mini Thane are worth discussing.
I think we should tell them.
Yeah, Katie, sorry Thane. Is Sira too minor? We're on a wee quest for her, and it's kind of related to that.
So technically,
Maybe
the
worth
entire
letting her know.
Arcanatrix are going to be like looped in.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
obviously, you could specifically message Sarah though if it mattered to your character. It makes sense, right? Hearing it personally does have a nicer vibe to it. So yeah, Sarah easily could be on that list. But yeah, the other thing you missed was Gamble said that he needs to like basically mobilize the entire Arcanatrix to be on this problem. Everybody needs to be on it. There needs to be teams formed. We need to have people working on how to mitigate the fallout when this happens if we can't stop it. As much as we need people actively trying to stop it happening as well.
With Gamble, have we established whether Fiestra is in on the whole he's not dead?
Oh, 100%
Yes.
she is, yeah.
So he can maybe message her as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the Arcanatrix is getting it both from her and from Quilmer.
You can tell that he hasn't even thought twice about the fact that he faked his death recently. Like, he,
Yeah, it's not important.
it's
Like,
really,
he doesn't care. 'Cause,
yeah.
That's the world.
Yeah.
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 Much like I said, the lines on the map don't matter anymore if the world blows up.
Just to throw another one out there, we could message. I've forgotten his name. Who's Scott's character? The
Jet.
way of the two Jet.
Mm-hmm.
Not Ject. We're not messaging the Jet.
Not Jack.
Not Jet. Because again, they maybe have a presence, or he at least wanted a presence on the other continent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they might.
know how Kyrill's helped him there.
Yeah, with his telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Because that might be a way to get information from that continent.
Yeah, put Jet on the list as well, yeah, and like the way of the two circles, yep.
Mm-hmm. Do we need to tell the Whitehall personally, or are we relying on that? Them just getting the best.
Good Alexica Cridge, high speaker of the Whitehall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, hey, we're those people who like brought back your ambulance. More dead than you gave her to us, but
I'm guessing once the Arcanatrix know, then they can be very effective at telling everyone in Cascade.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it
we
just
don't really
comes down
have
to who.
personal,
Yeah. Who want to hear it from us? I feel dirty saying it. Should we loop the elves in?
Wow.
We have less of a personal connection with them.
That's one way to put that.
You have an actively anti-personal connection with them.
Would they feel slighted if we didn't tell them directly?
Do
Or
we like
could we
that?
just...
Could we argue that we told Bran and Elle?
I think Modesta Lara might see her connection with you guys a lot differently than you see yours with her.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Given how personal she has been with you guys, she probably thinks that she's
What if
very
we're her
close
best
friends.
friend?
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
Yeah.
she probably thinks she's are quite, you know.
I also do think if we are messaging Burmy and Quilbert and Margot, the devil's
probably
interacting
should
through Grandma,
just-
we should probably also message the
So, are you messaging Modesta Lara and Lundarenthuil and Erdoardnon? Or are you... I can't remember some people's names, but those names just roll off the tongue.
Yeah.
And then you'd probably want to message Pride directly as well.
Yeah,
Because
we're
can
gonna
you
have
imagine
that.
if you
Was she
don't?
not on the list yet? Like,
Well,
we need
No,
to
we're going to do it through my grandma, but yes, if we're doing the whole table, we have to know.
This is a lot
If
of
we're-
message.
Okay,
I'm trying to
we've
avoid
got
so many
two rings.
messages.
We've got 2 rings, and I can project myself.
Actually. Is Sloth still on the ship?
Yeah, we should tell Sloth.
We assume he's still
We
on
were
the
going
ship.
to, we were going to tell Sloth that.
Sloth was on the list.
True.
We didn't put him on the list officially. This phone tree is becoming less of a tree and more.
We think he's on the ship. We don't know he's on the ship.
The assumption is he's on the ship.
Yeah.
The thing
Yeah,
is,
this
they're
is-
very efficient.
Very,
Both.
like...
What I will say is, just to throw it out there, the rings obviously have a depletion. I can, and because people can't reply to the rings anyway, the rings aren't massively different from my projection thing. And I can do the projection thing more.
You
So
just
we
need
maybe
to
try and
know.
use the rings.
You just need to know where the people are.
Yes, that's true. I just have to. Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just
Maybe
sending
send
your
a ring.
message randomly and you don't know who's watching.
Yeah. I don't know who's watching. That's so true.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we'd be really cryptic by messaging people, but like, we need you to gather.
Yeah. If you are in receipt of this message, please fetch the following people.
Yeah, and come to this place.
Get them to contact me.
Cordially request.
Yes.
Town Square.
Yeah. Yeah.
There will be cake.
Okay, let's try for rings first then. And we use projection only if we are out. We've also got gamble. There's every chance that gamble can get on rings up and running again.
Exactly. I mean, and Posey.
So-
Like, Posey is a qualified wizard. I know she always seems unreliable. She is a qualified wizard.
She feels like an undergrad.
It's because she never really grew up, I don't think that's why. Okay, now next question. Is there anything else to go on the list?
Oh yeah, we need to add them.
Oh god.
We need pride.
Pride.
We need.
Are we doing all the elves
Elves.
individually, or are we just telling the rest?
We could just tell.
We've got to tell. I think we've got all done.
Fine.
Have we actually spoken to the other two?
We could tell Snowstorm. Make it his problem.
I think we can get away with just telling Modesta Lara if we become tight on names. Or tight on usages.
My gosh, she'll be angry. Peek. She's going to be so mad.
You have done what?
Well, it wasn't us. We just happened to be here.
Hey, put it this way. What if you hadn't came here?
All we wanted was an omelette.
We came here for a holiday. Pick up some eggs.
Sarah Bronspark's
We
a
should
name
have-
that's going to go down in history as the person that potentially was the first match.
Mm. The first domino.
Mm-hmm.
It's all Sarah's fault. Oh. But again, if you trace that back, it's all our fault.
Yeah.
Because we tried to talk to a sword. So, oh well.
So anyway, really, this is all Pride's fault.
Don't worry, we all back you up in that. Collective responsibility.
Part of the group, part of the guilt. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you poor Ignysera who went on trial for something she was literally not involved.
Which possibly is the reason why they gave the best
Guilty by
speech to get out of it, because they're like, well, I actually don't feel any threat from this, so like I can just speak as ballsy as I can. But yeah, okay, so
Okay.
what about Douglas DeGal? Nah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sam.
what?
What about Sam de
Let's
Perron?
leave him.
Not Dougie.
Oh, no, that's...
What about Loudon?
No, let them... although,
I feel-
not to throw
I
out
feel
terrible
like this
thoughts,
is.
but they were just brought back to life by incredibly strong magic. Do we need to worry about...
Them like exploding. So by the way, you might explode soon.
If we tell Vermi, that's up to Vermi to worry about. I think that's Vermi's worry.
That's fair.
I think we let her panic about that.
And you didn't really
God.
get to know Loudon, really. You got to know Pride Loudon.
Yeah.
Who we know?
I think my priority is the table, followed by people that we have a relationship with, followed by important people that we're maybe less connected to.
Okay. I think I would maybe also argue that I think we should tell Vermi first.
Yeah.
Because again, like, none of us would be together if it wasn't like she's... Yeah.
On that note then, Sean, like, is there anyone not on the list in your second category, obviously under the table with the people you care about category, that you are close to? Anybody not on the list that you'd have added?
I would need to actually look at the list. Give me a second.
No worries. It's in the last of the summer. Elves.
Yeah, okay. So,
Same questions coming to everybody, by the way. Just prepare yourselves. What is your quest?
Sloth sticks out,
Sloth. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
especially considering he's with the thing right now. Like, if
Mhm.
any, actually, I feel like we should tell Sloth first. If there's anyone who is able to help with the situation before it gets worse, it's Sloth.
Isn't that a great
Sloth
sentence to say?
already
Mhm.
What was that, Alexander?
Sloth might already know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a habit of making great choices, though, doesn't he?
okay, so Sloth.
Yeah, to be fair, if we turn to Sloth first, we don't know what Sloth can do. Like, if Sloth could just get the crystal and get off the ship and come back here, then at least then we're informing people of, oh, by the way, we might have started a war because we nicked a thing back off the rocket ships. Versus, we think the world might be about to end. More or less, apparently.
So I feel like it should go something like Sloth, Verme, Quillburn,
Margo. Pride. I think Pride's got to be next.
Maybe Pride earlier than them.
Maybe we don't tell Pride we've told anybody else. We tell Pride she's the first one to tell him.
And we make it happen fast enough that seems plausible.
Also, to be fair, me and Nori, we can be doing 2 people at a time.
Yeah.
Because as me and Nori both have ranks.
And Gamble, in theory.
And Gamble.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the 3 of you could be dividing up this list.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Sloth, Granny, Filburn,
Can we get
Margo,
Gamble?
Granny, Pride.
What was that, Hannah? Can we get Gamble to what?
I was like, can we just get Gamble to message for Lara? And then is that close enough to it being from us? She feels like.
Oh, yeah, of course. She's not forgetting.
Yeah.
We need to have the elves after Pride.
Oh, God. As much as I love them, I do think Katie and Zerethane are probably lower on our list. If we want to inform them personally.
Left are Brananel, Hyrule, Katie, Zerethane, Jet, and Sarah.
Okay. I think, is it Bran and Ellen, Kyril after the table then?
Sure.
Feels like ranking your favourite characters almost in a way, but not really.
Ranking your friends, it's on MySpace.
Oh god, your top 8, yeah. Oh, the drama.
Okay, so Brananel, Kyril, then Katie, Zerethane, Sarah, then Jet.
Yeah.
That'll be fine, Marcy, isn't he? He's okay.
He's all about balance, he'll understand.
I think Scott would just be happy he's included them.
Again, obviously, like Riven and Hedera would be on the list, but Hedera will just smack the call away, so.
Okay, so that should be the list.
Okay.
Okay, of them, who's Gamble taking?
Oh, God. Depending how you feel about Ignysera, I think Gamble could maybe take Quillburn.
I think that's fine.
Because if you
We
can't
understand
message...
about them.
Quillburn, old pal, I'm not dead. Also,
With your niece.
yeah, with your niece, big...
Shit's gone down.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about.
Logically, I think Gamble could also take Sloth, but narratively, I feel like we want to drive that conversation.
I think we want to talk to
I think the power of the story demands you guys talk to Sloth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I think we have to message Verme and Margo. Pride.
Gamble can do Modesta Lara, maybe.
I know, that's what I want to do. But also, is she going to take that as a slight?
But
then he's higher ranked than us.
Everyone who, like, everyone who we're telling is someone who is important and therefore also prideful for the most part. So we can't do all of them. We have to give some of them to Gamble.
Yeah.
So that we
At
get
least a third. At least a third of them should go to Gamble.
Okay. Quillburn.
We should go down and like. Oh, it works out. Hold on.
Oh.
Okay.
There you go. All in threes. I didn't write all the elves' names because I don't know how.
That's fine.
Okay, so from each bundle, Gamble can do Quillburn, Margot.
No,
maybe?
we have to do Margot.
No, yeah.
That has to come from us.
Could you contact your granny?
I'm almost tempted to her, because and maybe I then message her separately as like granddaughter versus head of the Arcanatrix messaging the security of Caldera.
And then you can contact Pride.
Because, I mean, effectively, your grandmother is essentially a pseudo version of what Samda used to be.
Yeah.
Like a very pseudo version of that, like head of the security line, I guess, which Samda was. Just very different responsibilities. Yeah, Gamble.
Gamble can definitely take Sierra.
Okay.
On the one hand, it would have been kind of nice for us to tell her ourselves, but on the other hand...
Keep in mind, though, if you're letting Gamble
sense.
tell her specifically, like, she'll be factored in with the Arcanatrix, like, lot. So
Sure,
she's effectively not a name if you're not doing it. Yeah.
We might as well just...
lump her in with
I don't think we can give Gamble any of the Ranel, Chiral, KT group. Like Katie would be the only one we could vaguely give him, but I still think we should message Katie.
Arguably, Katie falls under Verme's jurisdiction.
Yeah. So she,
Whether or not Katie sees it that way is a different story, but...
Yeah. And to be fair, like Katie and everything could be one. That's one message. We just pick which of them we're messaging. And I assume they're together. Because that's held. Strong for us till this point. Gamble could possibly message Jet just in terms of, I don't think Jet will have noticed that the Arcanatrix was declared dead. So.
Yep.
Okay.
But does Gamble know who Jet is?
Will Gamble know who the head of the... To be fair, we could maybe message the head of the order.
Yeah. I'm assuming Jet is the order rather than Jet specifically. Unless user messaging, it would be Jet specifically. If not, I'm assuming it's looping in the way of the two circles. Yeah.
So I think maybe Gamble can...
Yeah.
Gamble can... I'm going to show on our list because we don't have any connections, but Gamble could maybe also link in the white hole.
Well, you have met Alexica Cridge, so...
She wasn't a lot on our plate when we were...
Gamble's contacting a lot.
Yeah. But it's good, though. Like, it takes the weight off you guys. And it probably has a lot more direct impact if he's like, by the way, fake my death to go look into something. Here's the thing I've looked into. We're fucked.
Is that?
Yeah.
Now, are we messaging Sloth and then waiting to hear something before we message everybody else, or we just go?
How long would you be willing to wait?
Elves are people contacting? Did you say Gamble contacting Modesta?
I think the plan was just to let Modesta disseminate that information, right? That was the plan, like, tell her and she can tell everybody else, and we'll let Gamble tell her, I think was the plan, so you just didn't have to interact with her. What was that, Sean?
I'm just going to call her Mode.
I was going to say the opposite. I like that was my suggestion, but I thought we'd settled on us telling her.
It's up to you. Like, it's your calls.
We can do. Yeah, because we have shifted other people onto Gamble.
Alright, you guys can contact all the elves. There we go.
Okay.
So I've got Sloth and the Vermi,
Nice.
Margot, Pride, the Elves, Branel, Carol, Katie, and Serethane, and all the rest are Gamble's job.
I also would assume. Do I have the ring from Brandon L?
Yep.
Can I use that to contact him instead of the?
That's pretty much how you would expect to contact
Yeah.
him.
So I don't need. That's not a ring.
You've never tried to use it to contact anyone else.
Yeah. True. As in, like if I burn out the light scale one, I can try.
And then just be, can I also
Like,
use this?
Yeah. Yeah.
The world's ending, but does this work as like a prepaid phone?
Oh.
Well,
I will also throw out that in true political fashion, I have ordered pizza, so that might arrive in a minute. I'll have to disappear. I'll be listening.
Yep.
It seemed like the right thing for the end of the world. Okay.
If that's our list, then we should get the ball rolling.
I think we've the list, I'm not
Hungry.
sure about the order.
Okay, well, what part of the order? Be specific.
It's specifically, I'm okay with Sloth and Yamp soon, but I think since we have at least two, like the first two should be Sloth and Vermi.
Yeah,
that's ordered in my last.
That is the list.
Yeah.
Have you scrolled down?
I'll be back.
Okay.
Right, no, I'm misreading it then. I thought that was each block was a ring and a different person.
No.
Well, it kind of is, but that's also the order for the first two. Like Sloth and Vermi can be called simultaneously.
Okay.
And then, obviously, we know Gamble is dealing with the rest. Yeah. And then you've got Margot and Pride, and you can divvy up who calls who. And then Gamble's dealing with Lady Featherstone. And then Modesta Lara. And then Branel, Chiral, Kitty, and Serethane. Yeah. What's the thought process for how you are wording things to Sloth? I think you've got roughly 30 words, if I remember correctly, so... And obviously you could send multiple messages if the ring works.
Let's try and optimize it.
I don't need this to be perfect, I just need it to be relatively succinct, right?
Yeah, we could
Something
just say...
like the cats stole the kaiju's horn. It's going to blow up everything magical. We need to give it back.
It's very succinct.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh.
I've just been spitballing ideas for the message to Sloth. Did you have anything specific in mind yourself? Because we have a relatively succinct option, but I'd like to hear your thoughts first.
The Sloth's on the boat. Something like he'll know who Namaj Neb is.
I mean, assuming he's listened to like Gamble and Posey during the journey, he probably knows like like. But you think he's been around long enough that you'd think he'd have heard of him.
It's something of like what the Rakishan took it's a harmonizing crystal, incredibly important to the entity Namaj Neb. Without it, there's catastrophic consequences for not only the island but the world. If you have any chance to get it back, please do.
Yeah. Anybody get any hybridization of the two messages you'd want to put in? I think Tron's was effectively like, what, cat stole crystal, crystal go boom if not come back. Like, there was more words than that, but that was me summarizing it more. Yeah. They were both the same message, effectively.
I feel like the information that Hannah's had that mine didn't was basically that this is a harmonizing crystal. And something.
Yeah,
I feel like we communicated the same information.
Yeah, the spirit of the message felt similar.
Then Gandhi was disputing that. Basically the same thought has to be there as, can you get that back, please? It needs to come back.
Yeah. I would maybe, again, just to throw, maybe include, like, basically we're activating the phone tree. So the Sloth then knows that we're going to tell others, or that we are currently telling.
That's true. We're like, we could, yeah.
By the way, we're looping everybody in.
We're going to tell everyone.
Yeah. Whatever the clock's a minute to midnight, we're telling everybody.
You're sending that message then, Hannah?
Yep.
Cool.
Oh god, I'm going to end up in a hallucination again.
Give us a roll for your ring depletion.
Oh yeah. Okay. What's that? I'll turn my keyboard back on so this is slightly easier to type. Whoa.
Oh, we're still in the game. But yeah, so
Still going.
you send the message off to Sloth, and yeah, there is a pulling of your presence, and you're like, again, that almost bloodshot, blackened vision dissipates, and you're in what looks like a banquet hall, sat at a table. Sloth's next to you, munching on something. Like, I thought it was you that was trying to call me. I don't think he would use the word call, but contact, I guess. Reach out. I thought it was you reaching out. This is really good, by the way. Do you know it's like indigenous to Felix? It's fascinating. I don't often eat, but it's really, really good. Thanks again. Gestures to the head of the table.
Oh god.
And there sat, swirling some very luxurious looking expensive liquid in a glass, sipping at it, his little whiskers twitching, with a big smirk on his face, nods back towards Sloth, the Solar Emperor Sun himself, who clearly is aware you're there.
Great shot.
Yeah. Why don't we? It says big, you don't know. That's not the floor energy. I think Myr'ra's just like, I was on high alert for one thing, and now I'm. Okay.
What's this about a crystal? You're saying?
Woo! I don't think at this point Myr'ra is almost paying any attention to Sloth. I think her eyes are fixed on the Sun Emperor, trying to read any kind of.
Yeah, and as maybe that moment of him just talking at you, and incoherently, Sun addresses you and goes, "You're welcome to eat if you can." Gestures to the banquet. It's clearly far too much food set out for just the two of them at the table.
Oh God, Sloth, why do you make friends with me? I don't again, I can try and reach out telepathically, but I feel like Sloth is talking Sloth's talk. And would just address the fact I was trying to talk to him in his head. I think Myr'ra's just sat I'm not going to try and touch anything. I don't. Yeah, I'm not breaking bread at your table whether I could or not.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I was attempting to talk with a friend. I hadn't anticipated there being other company.
Oh, I see. And there's this it's quite a bit, almost like a charismatically pleasant way he says it. Well, if you would like, I could leave my own banquet hall and give you the room.
That seems impolite. I wouldn't want to put you out.
Not least, he would absolutely still be able to hear everything.
Yeah. can I presume we are in the seat of the sun?
You can presume what you like. You have the audacity to interrupt my meal.
It was not my intention.
What was your intention? Who are you?
My name's Myr'ra Pentergast.
And who is she?
The temptation to respond with, she is me. Do I bring up that I'm a wizard of the Arcana? Although I'm probably wearing the robes of my station, and therefore it's probably no point trying to. I think I'm going to go with I'm a friend of Sloth's.
It's like there's a smirk from the Emperor, and he says, "Clearly." Just like the narrowing of the eyes.
Yes, he can be a very good friend. You seem to be learning. I'm looking for what's between them playing Sloth. What is going on? Yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, the son here, Emperor son, feels like his hand as if Emperor son, kind enough to let me grab a ride with him on this mighty fine ship. There's.
Okay. Does that imply we're still on the ship?
Yeah.
Lovely. Good to know. How are you finding? You're still enjoying being at sea?
And he kind of
ocean?
he just like chuckles to himself. And he goes, once you get used to the motion sickness, it's quite pleasant.
I'm going to look back at Sam and say, you've been at sea quite a lot recently. You enjoy being on the waves?
Have I?
Well, you came to visit us.
He raises like an eyebrow. And he says, have you been paying attention to my movements across the world, have you? Friend of Sloth?
Well, I'm aware of how long this journey takes.
Are you seafaring yourself?
Not particularly. But I come from a city on the water. Again, if that's a way I would refer to it.
Yeah, that's close enough. Yeah. Ah, yes, the World City.
Yes, well, I didn't name it. It does seem quite arrogant now, doesn't it?
I wouldn't presume to judge. He just obviously big shitting grin.
Myr'ra's got like pursed lips, like you do though.
How can we help you, Myr'ra Pentergast? Do you want a player agency moment? Would that help? Yeah. Would that
Guys, what do I say? A bit of me wants to question him and treat it as I won't mention anybody else, but kind of treat it as I'm an academic studying magic, and I am just a little concerned. Is he aware of the consequences of the item he's just taken?
So you're going to tell him I know you've took this item.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, why else would we be talking to Sloth?
Yeah, I feel like that is reasonably shrewd.
In a fairly obvious point, though, you are a Helborn talking to Sloth.
So true.
You're also the granddaughter of the person who can call him to trial.
Right.
There are good reasons for you to be in touch with Sloth that aren't just, I was spying on you and I judge you and you took something that's not yours to take and we don't want the big lizard to die and kind of maybe destroy magic.
Yeah, could you maybe just put it back?
Yeah.
Which you won't do.
What's that? Is like propaganda reason, which
I know.
Actual reason. It's just, it is an opportunity.
But are we playing our hands? Because thus far, we know, and Gamble knows, and we have not had a chance. This was call number 1.
I was so
So
happy you
Nori
picked
might have
Sloth
got through
first.
to Fermi. I love that none of us went. Oh, do we think Sloth's hiding on the ship? What do we think Sloth has? Sloth that made friends.
The Emperor is aware that people were trying to do stuff.
Mhm.
And who knows what Sloth's already told him.
I mean, Sloth's whole kind of half answer of coming here was they'll be looking for somebody. You know.
So it may as well be me.
Also, we know it's really, I want to go see Bran and Elle and not go on a hike up a cliff. But, it can be 3 things.
Is Branwell and Felix?
No.
Tower. He's in the tower.
Oh, yeah, he's on the sea. Yeah, right. Yes. Yes.
Okay. How can I pretend this is about... So, either we go cards on the table, or I try and basically say I've received a message from my grandmother about the impacts of an artifact that have just been removed from Caldera. I can't pretend it's completely separate, and Sloth thinks it's not going to.
It's like you know him.
Yeah.
I think he would.
Like, he'll just be like, "Why are you talking about that?" I was going to grab
a greed.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the problem with trying to obfuscate. Is I think Sloth will call us on it before sundown.
It's beautiful.
I love him so much. Do you make so like that? Or just try and bail out of there, try to call Brandon out. Just be like, I need an out. I need you to get me now.
I do like that as a power play. Like, ha!
Call waiting. 1 moment.
Yeah. Oh. What do we think? What's the play?
I think, like, if it was Lockhart, it would probably just go, so you've just taken the thing from the Highland and try and run with that. But I feel like Myr'ra is a bit different. Would they feel like they can get through to Sloth by being a Helborn in another way?
Also, what do you gain by showing your hand to the Emperor at this stage?
Apart from a propaganda reason, which we assume he's got anyway. Like, we don't need to know what it is to know it exists. I could go for something as simple as I have been testing new magic as communication, and I know that Sloth is hard to reach, but he seems like a good challenge. I forgot that he does this thing where he...
I like the emphasis on hard to reach. Read between the lines, Sloth. Hard to reach. Read between the...
Yeah.
Yeah, you could try that.
You could also just say that, you've been studying magic and things just got weird. There seems to be some sort of cascading effect. And you thought Sloth might be the one that knows about it. So it's a way that you get to sort of play your without not saying you know what it is.
I think I have to. I don't think I bring up Dinosaur Island. Sun's not seen me there, as far as we know. We killed the assassin. That maybe he said. Although maybe he can see through their eyes. Maybe I was a crow though, so maybe it's fine.
You could be a crow again.
How do you set your filter on this call? Like, I'm a crow. But yes, so, thoughts.
Oh God.
What's it going to be?
Do we play... why don't I go for sort of almost a combination of both, where I talk about I was attempting a new form of magical communication, and maybe something hiccuped. And I forgot that Sloth sometimes has this quirk where
He pulls
he
you to
will pull
him.
you to him. Yeah.
Mhm.
My apologies for interrupting your dinner. I'll be more circumspect next time.
Yeah, you could leave that if you want.
Yeah. Because I've maybe got a little bit in about like, oh, magic went a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But without saying, I know you've nicked a thing that's definitely going to make magic weird. There's been other circumstances of magic being weird.
Yeah, it was like, oh, you don't have to know why me making a phone call to here made some weird magic happen to you.
I feel that tips our hand. Just looking at it then.
Stole any good rocks recently, son?
Yeah.
So, crystals.
Right.
Yeah.
What are we saying, Hannah? Is it the
Oh, God.
was it the summary of what you'd mentioned
Yeah.
before we debated? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I think Sloth gives you like a funny look when you say that. Goes, really? I'm hard to reach. I don't think I'm that hard to reach. You've always managed to get in touch with me, it seems. And then Sun says, if it is magical study that you seek, perhaps you should come to the seat of the sun and learn from the best.
Oh, is that an invitation?
Of course, all are welcome to the seat of the sun.
I have an astral projection, probably not.
But like, even like his demeanor and stuff, you don't feel like he's lying. Like,
yeah, he's definitely. I think his they raise mountains as well. So like, I get it. Fascinating. Oh, okay. Player agency again. Should I play the? I've recently read a really interesting thesis all about Rakisha magic. It would be fascinating to verify its findings.
Why not?
Right?
It's just surely the next stage is he says, yes, try this on.
Again, I don't think I'm running that, although I haven't tested that because I just refuse to touch the food. So
No, I wouldn't think you're really here because maybe you would have
I feel
radiation.
like when true. I also feel when this has happened prior, it has been mental. Like I've definitely had this happen with Sloth and other devils, I feel. I don't know everyone. Before.
So, what are you saying to Sun?
Yeah. Should I? Yeah.
Go for
I think I said what I said about. Yeah, I just got really interesting. It'd be fascinating to verify its site.
And I think you should make the trip. You're not scared of some sea travel, are you?
Well, it's new to me, but it sounds like an adventure. Any tips on making it easier?
He kind of chuckles and he says, yes. Have a lot of money to buy a big boat. He kind of chuckles to his own joke.
I'll take it under advisement.
Are you a wealthy family? I mean, these are probably quite a privileged family, right?
Yeah, we definitely are, but again, maybe not in terms of like influence and yeah. We've got a townhouse in Cascade City.
Yeah.
Like I assume we're
and
Granny's definitely. Effectively, from what we know, that's what she made her deal with. She wanted power. Which she got.
Yup.
I think I would say that. I think I would say something along the lines of like fairly influential, and then I would maybe look at Sloth and be like, Granny passes on Granny passes on her best wishes.
Yeah, and I think like like Sun smirks at your answer, and like Sloth like, yeah, how is your granny? Like picks up like the nearest cup of something and starts like chugging it. He's eating like he has never ate before, by the way.
He probably forgot how to do it. Yeah, I think I would say something along the lines of, well, it was so lovely to visit her recently.
Like, Sun's just watching.
And then I would
with,
say something like,
fascination.
sin is beautiful this time of year. Just to highlight, I don't know if he's picked up on the bottom Helborn, but just to highlight that.
Yeah.
Again, to cement the...
yeah, I think
it's not respond. Weird I'm talking to Sloth.
He will like then lean into that because you've said that. He's then going to say, it sounds like you're very well connected then. You have contact in Sin?
My grandmother lives there.
And what does she do there?
Oh, this and that.
I see. He kind of like chuckles. He says, I could summarize my position on this planet the same way, I suppose. He kind of laughs, swirling his drink as if he's just told the funniest joke.
He's so stressful. Yeah, I think I would like to say something along the lines of like, yeah, like the best people like are involved in help. How would I phrase it? Some kind of like thing of like, yeah, maybe something like all the best people are like that kind of indication of we're all talking round things. And the fact I think I want to get across that like, I don't feel the need to drop exactly what she does to show off. I know it's influential.
Yeah.
And I don't need to.
If
like,
you know, you know. And that's the statement. Yeah. I think even just the way you have spoke so far with each other, it probably is enough because he's downplaying the fact that, like, I mean, he's both downplaying and playing up the fact that he's the fucking Solar Emperor, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't correct Sloth when Sloth said son, but then went Emperor son. Sloth corrected himself to be polite with like a turkey leg in his hand or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, whereas, you know, Sun's been pretty casual. He's pretty like slouched in his chair. He's got his booze. You know, he's clearly been having a chat with Sloth about whatever the fuck they've chatted about.
What could they be talking about?
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like it's interesting. I think Sun, after like a moment or two of the small talk, will then say, if you are not joining us for the meal, perhaps you should leave.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't think I would say that way. Yeah, I think I'd like almost like smile softly and that kind of very polite, that kind of, but almost like hint of an edge to it of, I wasn't the one who interrupted. And I think I'll say something along the lines of like, oh, well, I was very busy, so it would be delightful if I could return to my bed.
And I think, like, even from the tone, the way Sun says that, he's not saying leave. He's basically saying it's not polite to hang about. Like, be here or don't be here. Don't be this half and half state of projecting in. And it maybe also like highlights why he took the trip across the Expanse Sea to speak at the table, rather than sending a messenger or someone as well, right? So very, I mean, you're also assuming he went, you know, fisticuffs with Namaj Neb. So he seems to be a very direct person.
Yep. We keep meeting those.
But like, at no point do you not feel like he would be willing for you to have sat at that table?
Yes. Like, to be fair, based on how we've, like, he doesn't seem to be playing on airs and graces. I've almost been the one who's been like, I'm fancy enough to be here. Yeah.
And Sloth's just like, well, I suppose that'll be that, eh?
Oh, it's always delightful to see you, Sloth.
What was it you were calling it? Did we cover that?
Yes, I think it's just... I'm always going to like wave my hands in like, you know, magic. But hopefully I'll get to take up your delightful invitation to learn more at the Seat of the Sun.
And like, Sun just gestures as if, of course, you know, doesn't really acknowledge it in any other way than just, you know, I did say it.
Yeah.
And then maybe like as a kind of lingering thing as you're like dissipating, you just hear from his lips as he's not even looking in your direction. He's like, "Please do."
Yeah.
And then you snap back to obviously your body.
Yeah. We'll sort of like, you know, that kind of like internal scream where you are like you screamed into a pillow. Just be like,
are you still telepathically connected to Lockhart when you do that?
Probably. Yeah, in your head, Lockhart, you get quite a like. Yeah, and then probably just the word fuck. Wow. So Sloth's definitely on the ship with Emperor's son. Emperor's son is on the ship, and they're friends now. Or maybe not. Who knows? It's Sloth.
Well, that is good to know that they haven't made it back.
True. Yeah.
That they were heading to.
It was a really big banquet hall to be on a ship.
Oh, I don't believe that would be any problem for that vessel.
Yeah.
We're assuming that the destination was Felix.
Yeah, it might not be. Maybe they're going straight for the dragon. I fill everybody in on everything that was said. Yeah.
Everyone's stress bar goes up by 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that's one down.
He's not here, but I want to talk Nori.
So if we're assuming that Nori took Vermi, Margot or Pride, who are you taking?
Oh God.
Keep in mind as well, just because Hannah's the one making the call doesn't mean to say you all can't chip in with what's being said. But yes.
I feel Nori was quite good at talking to Margot.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was both like Falkwin and Nori were probably the
Nori
two better.
were like good at her straight talk. I would probably message Pride.
Okay.
Also be like your fucking brother.
That's a good question. Are you looping Pride in on Sloth's situation?
Oh God.
Probably yes.
Yeah, I think at this point, she definitely knows he's in Cascade City. Like, there's no way she doesn't.
Yeah. It would almost be a point of pride to just not acknowledge it.
Yeah. Like, she's definitely just like, just nodded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. Kind of in a volcano again. Right, what are we saying to Pride? What's our Pride message?
I mean, you also could ask her to contact you, so you have an open comm, right, as well. You do know that she's one of the few people like that have access to it easily.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, depending on how far those guys can reach with their portal, she might even be able to bring you back.
It doesn't with her, does it? Because those poor demons.
Those poor demons have to fuse together to make the portal, and they seem like they're in agony when they're channeling that much energy through them. Yup. And there's no radiation that way because they're absorbing it all. Yeah.
But yeah, if we want to get off the island pre-Branna now, bring us to the moon, she is off. Like, she's going to be our port for that.
Mm-hmm. So, what are you saying to Pride?
Hey girl.
Hey girl.
Hey. So, yeah. So, shall I message saying we need to talk to you?
Could do. It could just be as simple. It could just be as simple as that. Yeah. Can we talk? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we talk?
Very important.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that needs two-way communication.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 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 I feel like we want to like talk it through properly.
Yeah. Give me a roll.
Oh God.
can't wait for when Nori has to be brought up to speed.
Like, hi, do all your calls to your now.
Okay.
Yep. So you send the message away, and then not a lot of time passes. Enough time to know that she didn't pick up on the first 2 rings, you know. And then you feel the telepathic connection open up with your mind. And just be like, well.
Hey, so, and again, I'll give her the download. We went to Dinosaur Island. The Rakshans have removed a harmonizing crystal from this entity called Namaj Neb. Catastrophic consequences for the world if it's not returned. We're looping everybody in.
That sounds awful. Oh well.
I fill her in on the concerns of the magical cities.
Magic is the
Yeah.
She would care about magic, right?
Maybe. Who knows? I will also just wanted to let you know that your sibling Sloth is involved. Currently on the ship with.
You mean he actually got off his backside?
Yeah, apparently boats are quite exciting.
You can feel the strain.
Yeah.
And then she goes,
I kind of Myr'ra doesn't have any siblings, but this is like she gets the vibe.
And she goes, are you on that island right now?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why?
I try and think of how to explain. Oh no, we've got a reason for this. I tell her about the Adept equation. We were on a mission for the eggshells. Yeah, we were going to get eggshells. And then I say, it's us. We got more involved than we meant.
There's just again, silence. And then she goes, right. So you said there's a thing called Namaj Neb. It's a big thing, got a big thing, stole from it. And Sloth is involved. I don't think she'd say Sloth. She'd say whatever his name actually was, because she'd be that angry she probably wouldn't have had enough time to correct herself. So yeah, she'd have said Alas.
Yeah, I think I will try and clarify, in case I wasn't clear, that he wasn't involved in stealing it. He's just also here. Or he's also
going on a boat, right?
He just wanted to be on a boat, yeah.
Right.
And and then I will make sure I let her know that we're going to loop.
So what you're saying is, just whatever you were trying to explain, she cut you off. What you're saying is, my darling sibling, who nearly endangered the entire world by trying to make his own, now has access to an incredibly powerful magical harmonizing crystal that could destroy this world. Again. Send me as much as you can about your current whereabouts, Myr'ra.
I tell her exactly, the what 3 words location.
Yeah. The Granny Caldera Devils, what 3 words. And then a portal obviously tears open with the screams of those poor men, and then out steps Pride. That horrible icy vapor pouring off of her as she transitions through the portal. And just standing there with her arms on her hips and be like, what the actual fuck? And that's where we end the session.
Yay! I love Pride.
Oh dear.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine though, because Nori's told Vernon and Gimble's told Quillbone, right?
And arguably, potentially Margot and Granny as well. Yeah.
Well, I've sent 2, which means Nori sent 2 and Gamble sent 2. So I think we're off to a fairly good start.
Yeah, next is Modesta Lara.
She's going to show up as well. I have realised that we should have told Branonel first. In terms of, we have to sneak away to tell him. Because none of these people know he's alive.
No. balls.
Or,
Yeah, I know. Or we tell them. Or we just go fuck it.
Whew.
We pull that we can only deal with one crisis at a time.
We'll figure it out. It's fine. I mean, you can message him without saying, I'm messaging Bran and Elle.
Good true. We just yeah. I think I've always presumed that Myr'ra just talks out loud.
Just says it out loud. I'm messaging him.
Well, I like the idea that maybe you do need to speak to the ring itself and then it sends the message away, but Bran and Elle's ring doesn't seem to work that way, right?
True. Different ring.
Yeah.
So true. I'll need to go to the bathroom, and then I'll do it.
So I know this is a fantasy setting, which therefore, of course, there's a world-ending disaster just around the corner. But to have two at once, this smells of moonshine.
I thought there was like 5.
There's so many. There's so many secrets that if they come out would be world-ending. But we just managed to quash the other ones.
The moon and the Benjamin harvesting. At first glance, there's no way these could be connected, surely.
Also, just to add into world-ending things, whatever Brandon L plans to do to bring his people back, probably also not great. If we're talking of harmonizing magic.
Are you counting things there,
I mean, if
Alexander?
something's related.
Yeah, I feel like we've got at least 5 then.
Okay, so what's our 5,
Go.
Your first 2 that you had there.
So Moon and Namaj.
And then Bran and Elle's
Bran.
thing. I consider whose name?
Just keep saying words.
Falkwin's magical ally.
Aliben.
Aliben.
Yes.
Aliben.
Yeah.
Consider that to be a considerable one. And did I know? Sloth. And getting the thing. Try again.
Oh god. Also, if we count the Abradak equation separately to Brandon L, we also don't know what the fuck happened. Tiny creepy child.
None of this is just the Rakish and throughout full stop, though, is it? So.
Also, yeah, the reaction. Also, sorry thing.
Are we just going to give him a couple?
Yeah, he gets more than one.
So yeah, that's 8. That's 8 fairly big problems. None of which are the riots that would happen if the world knew about the Fae.
The world knew about the Fae. And that's going to be a 2-parter. The world knowing about Cairo and the world knowing about the fact humans are the same. Yeah. All bad.
And it did feel like Bran and Elle held on to the information about humans and Fae, right? For a reason, because he was very eager to pass it on to somebody before he feels like it was going to slip from his mind. I think the way I described it was that him holding on to that was burning too much of his, it was burning too much of his own effort to fight that. So would you just want to call this session? It's the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah.
Oh, also.
Yep. Crystal growth snoot.
Ooh. Oh.
You know what?
Hopeful.
I like that one.
Yes.
There's so many good suggestions for this session, though. There's so yeah. There's so many good ones
This
there.
one, I love the fact that none of us really considered it until Pride said it. It's like,
I know.
shit. Oh,
And of course it'd be the first thing Pride...
Sloth.
Mhm.
I don't know.
No, I think it's because we view Sloth as like cuddly Billy Connolly. Isn't he lovely? He's our bestie. I think we forget he's a devil.
When he went on the boat, exactly what was on the boat.
Correct.
No, we just knew it was big.
We also don't know if he knows about it yet either, right? We don't know he knows. We just know that Myr'ra messaged about a crystal, and he was like, "What was that you were saying about a crystal?"
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything about.
Like, we're not talking about that now.
Yep.
Instantly gonna turn to the sun and go, "What's this? But like, do you know anything about a crystal?" Gonna.
Again, I think we're covered there though, because Sun dumped a bunch of crystals into Cascade City.
Yeah.
Like, I actually think we've got quite a good get out of jail free
He'll
pass
just
for
be
that.
like, "Okay, yeah, those crystals."
Yeah.
Especially since like
Yeah.
Sloth lives in Cascade City,
In Cascade
and
City.
if you're from the Arcanatrix, that's based in Cascade City. You mentioned
Yeah.
the World City in the conversation
Yeah.
together. Yeah, I think these
Yeah.
are pretty covered.
Yeah.
Unless he's got like locate where that call came from. Do you know what I mean? But that would be pretty sophisticated magic, considering it was Sloth that pulled you to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
It depends if you think the Emperor can take a devil.
Remember that can happen.
You did actually say before you rolled your the ring roll as well.
Yeah,
like-
I remember it as I did it.
Yeah.
It's
like,
like, oh, but last time
I'm gonna go to him.
Damn it.
But just for the sake of
Never
the list here, like we had End of the World as we know it, Granny Kildare Devils, Phone Tree, not his best friend, Road the Lightning, Crystal Growth Snoot, World, Threat Level Rising, Sound of a Reckoning, DefCon Sloth, The Ripples Could Cascade, Endure.
Oh,
Some damn
That's
good
so
ones
many
there.
good ones.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect it to win, but I'm glad it did. DefCon Sloth is quite funny. So yeah.
oh, I was trying to find a DefCon joke, and that's definitely the one.
I have an in-joke with some friends, which is DeathCon Sean is the term, because you go so far into the manic, too-tired conversation level at night, where you end up talking nonsense to each other, and it's went past, DEFCON, 5 or whatever, DEFCON 1, whatever the worst one is, and you're at DEFCON Sean, which was Sean Connery, because during the conversation this was born out of was some terrible Sean Connery impressions. When we all realised, I think we all need to go to bed, because we are all talking nonsense to each other. We've went full DEFCON Sean. But then obviously when I was thinking that, I was like, that won't make any sense in the moment, but DEFCON Sloth is fun.
DefCon Sean makes it go, eh?
Yeah. Wait, what am I being blamed for? What am I in charge of now?
I'll use it from now.
Please do.
Unintended consequences. DefCon Sloth.
Yeah.
I've got DefCon Sloth.
But I did like the fact that you were like, yeah, Pride, so yeah, your brother's well. Like, oh my god, you gave him a world-ending device. We've been through this.
Didn't think of that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we maybe need to be like, so by the way, Brad Nelson alive, and we told him about that as well.
We didn't give him the crystal.
Correct.
He
Yes.
decided to go on.
But you did
Yeah.
watch him get on a boat with a crystal nuke with the intention of confronting Branonel.
We did let him do that.
Yep.
Okay, we didn't know about the crystal nuke at that.
I
Correct.
didn't know it was a
Correct.
crystal nuke.
Like,
I'm not blaming, I'm
all
just saying what happened. There's no blame.
They cut down some trees.
Yeah. Maybe Sun just wants a fancy ornament. Yeah. That might blow up. It's fine. Goals.
Well, we've got some new ones.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if at least one new one didn't get added in. So yeah, what's our thoughts on those goals, shall we? Have a look.
Have
Hey,
investigative action on Dino Island.
I
I
mean,
think we have.
and we've told Madame TTOG.
I think there's quite a lot that's happened there. Yep.
Also, I suppose, investigate Raw and Light Beam.
I said a lot of them were kind of overlappy ones, right? When you realise they all kind of converge on, oh, this was the whole thing was this situation.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Or anything needs to be added?
Well, stop the world ending? Or like mitigate? It's a kind of a two-pronged. We want to return Crystal to
Mm-hmm.
Damage Neb,
Mm-hmm.
or we
Yeah.
want to mitigate
Yep.
cascading magic,
Yeah.
destroying the world. Okay. So.
Yeah. I suppose if you word it that way, then if we do it some other way,
Mm-hmm.
and still get points.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I don't think I'm that stingy with XP. You'll get XP something.
Okay, so
I feel
return.
the moral goal should be stop the cascade. As the kind of like maybe
Well,
there's
just to let
smaller
me
goals
stop
that
running the
make us-
game. Yeah, this one shot. Stop cascade.
No, don't auto.
Hmm.
Damage Neb is already hard to spell.
What do you mean? It's just Benjamin backwards.
Yeah, I just already think my way into that.
I think it's worse if you try and think about Benjamin
Yeah.
backwards. Just Namaj Neb is much
Yeah.
easier in my head.
Yeah.
Am I putting them in as two separate goals, or am I putting them in as one goal? What's the vibe? Should I put them in together, or mitigate?
I mean, it's not that if you've
I
achieved
think
something meaningful,
two
you just get
separate
XP now.
goals.
Two separate goals? Okay.
Two separate goals is always better if Viktor allows it.
Yeah, why
And
not?
we can claim that it's progress on one rather than the other.
Well, as you've seen in the past as well, if certain goal, like say you've got 3 goals currently you mentioned, but they were basically all the same thing that you've learned,
Yeah.
right? So like a lot of that kind of gets squished again in the end. So it doesn't, as long as I know what you're aiming for, that's kind of the purpose of these. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else to get added into that, or are we happy there? Because we've completed some and we've added some.
Finish hungry.
Add more question marks to Sir Ethan.
Stop Sloth from stopping us from stopping the cascade. That was not serious.
I assumed that, but
Serious
yeah.
event next week.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't wait for you to have a chat in person with Pride.
Oh god. We're definitely we're always the ones there. Like this could have been, we could have not been here. This could have been Gamble's problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We could have been on the moon.
Sipping mimosas with Brad and Elle and the Fey Queen. Also, the Fey Queen's probably the 9th in that list,
Mhm.
right?
I think she was wrapped up in the moon.
I mean, possibly, literally.
I love it. I love her stress time about the moon again.
I'm sorry, it just happens, okay? I promise that if you're in the Daggerheart game, I can't promise about the 13th Age
You
game,
won't.
but in the,
Yeah. Absolutely going to be a moon scientist with this.
yeah, the Daggerheart, yeah,
100%.
We'll make sure it happens, to be fair. May as well get the hat trick. Okay, everybody can have 2 XP for all the goals they've done so far.
Oh no. I think I need to
Mhm.
Spend them.
Mhm.
Spend them.
spend.
I think that's reasonable given the amount of progress you have made, and also just the sheer scope you have uncovered to the actions that have been happening in the world. There was a lot of really, really good conversations this week as well. So yeah, 2 XP easily. So
I apologise for only having about a fifth of my brain cells able to
right, we're happy to
pay
have you.
attention this week.
Yeah.
Whatever percentage of you we get.
Yeah. It was nice to, at the very least, be able to kind of listen to things that were happening rather than needing to completely
Mhm.
not can. So, little
Well,
wins.
Do you want to just start the wrap-up chat then?
I'm tired. Hannah did a lot of work. Good job.
It's because I've got the ring that works. Otherwise, absolutely, I'd have passed this off to somebody else.
Yeah, sadly, there's a lot of artifact heavy lifting when chatting to people at range. But yes. But again, happy to have you all. We can have you and hopefully your headache does not amount into a migraine, because as someone that has migraines, they're awful.
I go through phases of getting them more and less. Like I've not had one in like a year, which has been lovely. This appears to not be one.
Good.
It stopped short of turning into a headache. It kind of felt that way, where it's like, you know, like the extreme exhaustion coupled with like the beginnings of nausea that make you think, oh, is this going to be that? I think I managed to stave that off. I'm feeling mostly fine, just really tired.
Yeah, I think you made the right call by taking the break. To be fair, like there's no point pushing through just to make yourself worse. Do you know what I mean? But thank you, Lockheart.
Yes, very interesting. Glad that we got to see Namaj Ned, and get a chance to have a bit of a chat. And yeah, I throw the word empathetic around a lot, probably incorrectly, but it is meant to be sort of central. So,
Weaponized empathy is allowed.
Just because I feel your emotions doesn't mean I care. But yeah, just sort of having that connection, let's say, with Maj Ned, and that sort of linking up with Myr'ra. It's like, okay, maybe this will be enough to not have us just like lose our mind or something. Just get, like, our mind and body just like detach a bit. Yeah, seeing Madame Titioti sort of reaction to it. So, yeah, wondered if they were, you know, how much she feels it is the island, and then what's going to happen to the island without it. Yes, definitely classic. Try and talk to Sloth, and he's going to make you put the effort in.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. I mean, I think, as I was saying, like, if the Raxians are going to treat a small thing like war, then might as well just treat it like war. And I'm sure Denk of all places is prepared.
I think that's the thing you missed, Sean, was just Alexander's realization that Lockhart's job since Arc 2 has been to find a replacement head of the military for Denk. He goes, oh, they're totally prepared, because I definitely did that job.
Whoopsie.
Oops.
You know how in 2D20 you can pay some XP or whatever currency it was to create an NPC?
I mean, you'll have enough triumph points through Twitch by now, right? Like, you must.
That is actually true.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
I can't quite just create Benjamin, but
Not quite, no. Just a replacement Benjamin.
But was Benjamin your dinosaur? Once upon a time.
What was that, sorry?
Was Benjamin your dinosaur once upon a time?
No, that was a different game actually.
No, that was in like the 13th age setting, cadence, and it was an imaginary dinosaur that Scott just wanted.
Yeah. So there wasn't a real pet dinosaur at any point.
If you ask Scott, there was.
Game, but in a different game. I see.
If you ask Scott, there was. If you ask me, I would say it's ambiguous. Because what is a pet? But yes.
Sure.
I did wonder if we were going to be able to make you do every single NPC voice in a single session.
No, contingencies where you phoned the devils early on. That was fantastic for me. Starting with Sloth. Perfect. It's almost like he was in the perfect place for the plot.
No, maybe we will make you do envy and lust.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Looking forward to how it's going to continue.
Yeah, likewise. Ignysera?
Oh, it was really fun this episode. I got the giggles a lot. It was, yeah, I just really enjoyed it. It just everything suddenly started to snowball. Oh no, everything's going wrong.
It's the
No.
community meme again, isn't it? Where like you leave to get pizza and you come back and everything's on fire and you're like, what happened?
Oh god, no.
Why are they shot?
But yeah, it was really interesting to bits with like Madame TCOT and Namaja, but yeah, I hadn't quite like initially thought how world ending it would be for this creature to lose its horn.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's very interesting. Also, like because a lot of bits I only know through like through telling like recently.
Mhm.
And so and then something else comes out like, oh yeah, by the way, Sloth will to like end the world and things. So I was like, what? Okay, cool. That's good to know. But yeah, I'm very excited to see where this goes next.
I have to admit, it was one of those sessions where it's everything's coming out, basically.
Yeah.
Like, here's the scope. Yeah. And yeah, I think just for a bit of context then, like, the references to Sloth's problematic nature is that Sloth had planned to make a hell for the fallen angels, which hell was meant to be an angelic word for salvation, the origins of the word help later in this world, and it was meant to be his way of saving everyone from, like, as he would put it, maybe the hypocrisy of the cycle. And basically everybody was welcome to go there and be free of it. That also then may or may not have caused the Fae to bleed in.
Right.
It's very unknown, but that's where a lot of the blame gets put. And that's also seemingly whatever Sloth's actions were was enough to piss off the other siblings. Hence why he's like the exiled one, because he used to be their leader. And he was the one with the plan. He was the go-getter. Alas was the one that was going to save everybody. Because keep in mind, people called them Sloth. He isn't called Sloth. He's called Alas.
That's true.
But they've just been called these names for so long, you know, and maybe being reminded of their angelic names isn't great for them, you know. So yes, that's a bit of context at least for like what may have caused the Fae War.
Got it.
Yeah. Myr'ra.
Oh my goodness, so much fun. I loved all of it. I loved that we got to talk to Namaj Neb. Bravo to Lockhart for like taking the jump on that. Because I think post giant face in the sky, maybe have been a bit more like, yeah, snowball's such a good way to put it. It's just like, okay, this is bad for this entity. Okay, this is bad for this island. Oh, no, this is bad for this. Oh no, it's bad for everybody. Like it was quite a quick. Oh no, it's terrible. Okay. Madam TTOT, always a good time. I feel really bad for her. She feels like lots has happened. But I'm glad at least she knows, and she's not like on another bit of the island. Because without her, I don't think we'd have had any context on like what the scale of the problem was. Yeah. Love talking to everybody. I do love how seriously we were all like, no, this is world ending. We all need to like love that it literally did not occur to me until I sent the message that Sloth has a habit just pulling you to him.
Yeah, I was so happy as we're doing that first, because I'm like, the whole scene just unfolded in my head when you're like, Sloth has to be told first. I'm like, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Please do it first. It's the best scene. Also, I don't often get to be Emperor's son.
Yeah. It's also that, like, and again, I can't even blame Myr'ra for this. This is 100% a Hannah thing, because previous characters might have been exactly the same. Where it's like, I think even if you'd warned me, I'd have still poked the floor. I'd have sort of been like, we need to know. We need to talk to Sloth. Oh, great, I'm in a room with Emperor's son. Awesome. Love that. Hindrance in persuasion and there was a devil. So again, I feel like we didn't come out of it terribly.
No, I think it went as well as it probably could have.
Like. Yeah. Yeah. We might look into Grandma. Who knows? But she's a Featherstone, not a Pentergast. So it might be harder. Who knows? Yeah. Again, I just think Sloth's so cuddly. He's just so lovely. And then you do go, yes, he did want to create a whole separate world. And like, he ate one of the crystals when we showed him a crystal. It was like, I can live off this for...
He didn't eat it.
Like,
Alubin took it back from him.
Yes.
Alubin hung back and then gave it to Modestolara. Modestolara broke both of them. Yeah,
yes.
And released
he
them.
Talked about...
Yeah, he could live off the energy.
Yeah. Which was our first sign of like, there's something up with these crystals. Well, no, not the first sign.
Yeah.
They were always suspicious.
But it was the kind of the indication of, oh, this is actually like a soul in here. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love it. I love those moments where you're just like, phone tree. Who do we know? Who are we calling? This is above our pay level.
Well, it was like that moment where I was like, Alubin's a great way of reminding you guys of stuff that you would know, but it's just a prompt in game. And her saying like, you know so many people that can come into this. Like, you just do.
Yeah.
Also, just the suspicion I love as well with the, why does Alubin want the crystal back? Just generally, like, is it for to save the big cool magical lizard, or is it because she wants to be a big cool magical lizard? Right? Like,
it crossed my mind earlier that Alubin would totally want to eat that crystal, or at the very least, like, use it somehow.
Be involved. Yeah. But yes, love that Pride's here. I adore Pride.
Like, I think if Falkwin had said, I bet I could lift one of those smaller crystals out the ground with magic, she'd be like, do it. Go on, we want it.
Try to.
Absolutely. Yeah. Liked Gamble also like highlighting the urgency of the problem. Because again, he was another snowball in there. Oh, this is bad. All the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
His immediate, we have to mobilise the Arcanatrix's resources in every way possible. We need teams on this. We need things in place. If we can't fix the problem, we need to just, where are the sandbags?
Yeah, he's on the, what are our emergency steps? Hopefully we've got them.
I mean, it's kind of their job, right? Like, or it was before he obviously faked his death.
I love how quickly that was just like, we don't care about that. Get a blaster message.
Well, especially when you're like, what if we cause a war? It's like, the world might blow up. Why do we care about a war? Like,
Yeah, it's going to move on. So excited to see what happens next. We're only, halfway through the phone tree? And this has been dramatic. So Lord knows what the rest of it will be.
So just an emergency meeting on the island with everybody. Yeah.
Lots of fun, as always.
Yeah. The good thing is, at least Pride's a way for you guys to safely get off the island. To a degree. And depending on where she wants to go next. Because, that would be interesting. I have to admit, this was definitely a highlight session for me. I don't know if you all seemed genuinely shocked with the sheer scope this took on very quickly. And I'm like, well, you're probably very glad you came here to have learned all this. 'Cause
But it was supposed to just be like the fun middle side.
Yep. I mean, there's a reason why I made it the first thing you were told to do in this arc.
Imagine if we'd come here first.
Yeah. Like, I feel like I was thinking earlier, like, wow, like arcs 1 through 3, they all kind of went in, sort of like 4 to 12 sessions. Like, now we're blown way past double that. Like, was this all in the plan? What wasn't in the plan? It feels like everything should have been in the plan. Now I realise the plan was to go to Dinosaur Island first and have the plan derailed.
I don't know if that's what I would say. You could have done that in any order. My plan was for you to discover this problem and deal with it. When that happened, as we have discovered, is sometimes in session 26.
Oopsie.
But can you see why I said that there were 2 things left on my list to tick off? And I said that I started with 1. Then, yeah. We've got 1 thing to tick off now. I'm happy with that.
Oh no.
What
The moon's gonna crack.
As I said, I couldn't possibly say, but we're not at the end yet, folks. I mean, again, it could end next session, as far as I'm concerned. It definitely could. Enough could happen that I tick that next thing off the list.
Moon's gonna crash into Dinosaur Island, and it's gonna because it's
Just launch Namaj Neb into space.
Space dinosaurs with lasers.
Hell yeah, Space Dinosaurs with Lasers is the next game I'm running, I don't care what. We're all playing those Space Dinosaurs. Who are we awarding XP to?
It's gotta be Myr'ra. It's gotta be Hannah. But all of the telephoning. And, yeah. Really
I would vote Lockhart. Because I just loved all the empathic. Yeah. I just think that's a really lovely use of Lockhart's skill set in something that previously he might have gone, no, it's a big lizard. It's nothing to do with me. I really liked that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, what was your vote, Ron?
Mine was Hannah.
Cool. I think you've won.
Thank you.
I spend that XP.
Yeah. You got to spend that.
What you on, 9 or something now?
Yeah. So yeah, I'll level up. Or not level up, I'll pick tier advancements.
Cool. Thank you all for playing. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.